see that comment?
What?
Well, one second. It's gonna pop up. Papa loves us.
Oh. Ah.
The sun turns to ice. Close your eyes, forget mine. Black clouds cry as atoms collide. Death eats life, creep inside. I know you've done all you can to change me for yourself. Blistering skin that shines, I climb out to find myself by myself. Please just hold on to, we'll
Hello, everyone. Hi. Hi, guys. Hello. Hello. How is everyone? How's everyone doing? Happy. What are you, weirdo? Jeez. Okay, God. What is today? Today is what? Tuesday? Hello, folks. Happy Tuesday. How can everyone hear us? Can everyone hear us pretty well? You hear me? Are we all good? The sound good and everything? Hello, Drusilla. Hello, Sarah F.
I
Hello,
always
hello.
sound good.
Hello, hello, hello. Okay, hello, Sarah. All right, you guys. Let's see who we got here today. Hey, yes, hello, Matt Saigai. Let's see who we got here today. His mic works. What do you mean, Revolter? Go ahead and talk into it.
Hi, I'm here. What's going on? Are you hearing me?
You got to be a bit louder, I think, Dad. Try to talk louder just to see
How
if
are
it
you
works.
doing?
There
Can
we
you
go.
hear me?
Okay, right? See, you can hear him. You can hear him. How dare all of you? Okay, his mic works fine. All right. Okay, guys. I know, Revolter. Well, because I'm poor, Revolter. That's why my mic never works. Okay, all right, guys. So let's see here. Matt Saigai. Hello, Matt Saigai. Hello, Matt Saigai. So glad to see you here as always. Good. So glad to see you here, Matt Saigai. Hello, Meowzord. Hello, Meowzord. As always, so glad to see you here, Meowzord. Always a pleasure, Meowzord. Drusilla. Hello, Drusilla. Drusilla, as always. Gotta love Drusilla. All right, Retro Asher. Hello, Retro Asher. Love you to death, Retro Asher. So glad you're here. Hello, Marzipan Power. Salute to you as well. Salute to you as well. Bonjour. Salut. Guten Tag. Matt Saiga. Yes, I know you could hear us. I was just, yeah. Let's see here. Yes, Alyssa. Papa does love you. Papa loves all of you. All right. Finally, some quality. Screw you, Drusilla. Anyway, Feliz Martez, Commandante. Ah, yes, Marzipan. Thank you. Yes, please call me Commandante. Hello. You know what I like to hear. Okay, Matt Saiga, yeah, I know I'm a zombie. I barely got any sleep last night. That's fine, though. I'll survive. It'll be a long day today, but that'll be fine. All right. See here. Let's see, who else we got here? LaCroix, hello, LaCroix. LaCroix is here. Hello, LaCroix. Why a lot of French going on? Why did you put an image of Mao in your little message there, LaCroix? What's wrong with you? Dad is here. Hi, Dad. And then an image of Mao. I mean, we don't like landlords here, but Jesus Christ, LaCroix. I'm just kidding. Okay. All right. Virtual Violence. Hello, Virtual Violence. Always glad to see you here, Virtual Violence. Always glad to see you here. Hello, Sasha Khan. Always glad to see you here, Sasha Khan. Hello to you too, sir. If you're a sir. I think you're a sir. You might not be a sir. Are you a sir? Anyway, I get to you do Drusilla, and there's LaCroix again with the cute little you did little corn face. And then Outer Signal. Hello, Outer Signal. I saw Outer Signal just reached 100 followers on YouTube. Excellent, Sasha Khan. Just got, what's the term? Got to 100 followers on YouTube. So congratulations, Outer Signal. Well done. Well done. Alyssa says, I got to leave soon to go to the grocery store. I mean, I'm not surprised, Alyssa. You're a traitor. You're a traitor. You're always just leaving the stream. Like, whatever happened to the camaraderie and the solidarity, Alyssa? I'm just kidding, Alyssa. I know you have a family and a life and shit. So that's no problem. Okay. Hello, Paul Squaw. Hello, Paul Squaw. Slow side. You're so glad you're back. That's a weird little Pop-Tart that's dancing there. Thank you for that, Paul Squaw. Thank you for that. Okay, Outer Signal. All right. All right, you guys. So I'm here with my father. My father is back for another stream with us, okay? And we have a few things to cover. Just a reminder, guys, that I'm going to be streaming a lot today. So I'm going to be doing my regular stream right now. And then later at 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, I will be live streaming the State of the Union address that'll be given by Domingo Mussolini in Congress, okay? So please come back and join me there. It'll be painful. I know, right, Alyssa? Apparently you have to feed your kids, right? Jeez, all right. So just come back to watch that if you'd like. It will be painful, I'm sure. I understand if people don't want to come, because who wants to sit there for like 2 hours and listen to that madman? If it helps you come at all, that sounded dirty. I will be putting on jester makeup. Okay, I will be putting on the full jester regalia, because that is what we need for a Trump speech. We need a jester in the room, don't we? Do we not? I might even be drinking. Who knows? We'll see. So please join me later. Okay, there you go. It's your birthday, Sir Bartholomew. Happy birthday, Sir Bartholomew. Happy birthday to you.
Happy birthday.
Happy birthday to you.
He's singing.
Anyway, do Canadians celebrate birthdays, or do you like, I don't know, what do you do? Do you go sleep with a moose or something?
Quit this.
Anyway, look, I'm just kidding. You know I'm joking, Sir Bartholomew. That's my birthday insult for you. That's my birthday insult for you. All right. Okay. You want to say something, Dad? Huh? Got a problem with
No.
that joke? Okay. When you turn 16 here, you get your own moose. I believe it, Sir Bartholomew. I imagine you also ride them
like
into
that.
battle on the back of a moose with a.
I'll raise a glass of maple syrup to that.
There we go. Okay.
My flannel.
In your flannel, exactly. All right. Okay. Yes. Happy birthday, Sir Bart. Sir Bart has been in the community for a very long time. Sir Bart actually helped me be able to afford new mics and a new video thing and shit. So thank you, Sir Bartholomew, for being a lovely member of the community. Okay. There you go, Paul Squaw. I expect clowns if I'm going to the circus. Correct, Paul Squaw. So I will be in full jester regalia for that. All right. Yay, Alyssa. That's exciting. Better internet for you. Okay, guys. We got a lot to talk about, right? A lot of horror, a lot of terror, you know. So, Drusilla says our former prime minister is now in hospital. They're saying it's because of the load of everything happening after the Epstein files. Oh, wow. What a victim. Huh? Your prime minister. Why are all of our politicians from all over our countries such little weaklings? They can't handle. Okay. All right. Yes, Retro Asher, by the way, Retro Asher, folks, has invented a new god for us to worship named Gazoo the Sky Whale. So we all praise Gazoo the Sky Whale after that horrible thing from yesterday, okay? That horrible video we watched about whale hunting yesterday. We have now created a sky god named Gazoo. So just everyone praise Gazoo. Dad, praise Gazoo. You're a heretic. Praise Gazoo. Let's see if we can get this heretic to praise Gazoo.
In nomine Gazoo, et Gazoo, amen.
And then, so he just said in Latin, in the name of Gazoo and Gazoo and Gazoo, amen. So, all right. Yeah, you're right. You're totally right, Meowser. My dad is watching the descent of our community in real time. Okay. It's always weird, Revolter. It's okay. You can. Hello, Lee Lane. Lee Lane's back. Okay. All right. So, guys, Alyssa, don't encourage him. Alyssa says dad is so funny. Don't encourage him, Alyssa. All right. Outer Signal said, I saw a UK noble lady asking for everyone to think about Prince Andrew's mental health. As if we give a shit about Prince Andrew's mental health at this point. Okay. I don't think it's bad enough, in my opinion. Okay. I don't think it's bad enough. All right. So, let's go on, shall we? So, my dad is going to be here chatting with us, etc., doing some commentary with us. So, let's see here. Well, LaCroix, that's for sure, but we're the anti-cult, right? Yes, you are, Drusilla. You're supposed to tell me when it's your birthday. How am I supposed to know, Drusilla? How am I supposed to know? You just need to tell us, all right? How dare you? Okay. Yeah, I know, right? Retro Astra, his mental health, what a shame. Cody says, fuck Andrew Windsor. He can rot in whatever cell he gets put into. He's a dirty yeah, absolutely, Cody, absolutely. By the way, that is what was I gonna say here? I can't remember what I was gonna say. Whatever, it doesn't matter. We'll just get into it. Okay, so guys, so a few things here. So we got a few things to talk about. We are gonna begin by talking about some news items. Then, yeah, Sir Bartholomew, and then we are going to talk a little bit about some stats about the United States, and then we're going to talk a little bit about thank you, Sir Bartholomew, for the contribution for the 200 bits. I mean, not Sir Bartholomew, Matt Saigai. Thank you so much, Matt Saigai, for that. You know I love you, Matt Saigai, though I'll never say it in public except for there. Outer Signal says, I thought our cult leader, Prophet of Gazoo, would have secret knowledge of all of our birthdays. Okay, so guys, we'll talk a little bit about some major news stories, talk a little bit about some stats about the United States, and then we're going to, maybe if we have time, we will talk about, what's called esoteric Hitlerianism. Which, right. So they can't hear me. What are you doing? What are you doing over there?
I'm speaking Gazooian.
You're speaking Gazooian. Ooh.
Yes.
Oh, that's actually good. We need a Gazooian language, right? Matt Saigai, thank you so much. Thank you so much for all those contributions. Really, thank you. All right. Okay, there's that's 600 bits so far. Okay, so we'll talk a little bit about esoteric Hitlerianism, and we'll talk a little bit about the Bohemian Grove. Matt Guy, God damn it, thank you. All right, all right. A lot of weird stuff to react to. Yeah, he's very committed to our new religion. Our Father who art in whale, and then Retro Asher says it's echoing up to the deep cloud sea. He hears your prayers. This is getting out of hand. We're
You know what?
actually forming a cult at this point. Hello, Matt Saigai. Thank you, Matt Saigai, for the contribution.
I'm jumping in here
Yes.
about Gazoo, and that is, I just want to tell you, I'm very committed to the almighty Gazoo, and so is my son to a certain extent because he blubbers a lot.
Disgusting.
I take a drink.
Disgusting. Okay. So remember yesterday, guys, how we talked about that? Just a real an update to a story yesterday on aircraft carrier. 1 second. I wanted to quickly check if there was an update. I heard, guys. Remember how we talked yesterday about how the incompetence of our government and how the toilet system on the aircraft carrier was overflowing. Well, from what I heard, let me see here. I want to make sure that okay, so from what I heard, they actually have had to now put the bring the aircraft carrier to Saudi Arabia to fix the toilet system because it basically overflowed now. So there's all this feces all over the deck of the Gerald Ford. So that's good. So just a side note there, just a funny note. The greatest military in the world, folks, can't keep its toilets running on its aircraft carrier, which is kind of funny to me. Just a side note there. And the sailors aboard that aircraft carrier are apparently terribly homesick and stuff because they've put them out to sea for so long because they were sitting in the Caribbean for so long, and now they're sitting over next to Iran. So great. Just a funny side note there about an update to our story yesterday. Apparently, there's over 600 toilets aboard the aircraft carrier that are failing. Fun.
Sounds to me like a White House problem, personally.
Yeah, right. Yeah, you're right, Meowser. This is our century of humiliation. The Chinese had their century of humiliation. Now we're having our century of humiliation. Okay, so, right. Okay.
Flush with embarrassment.
Yeah, flush with embarrassment. They should, hey, maybe they'll do a mutiny, Sir Bartholomew. All right, so here we have a little update. Speaking of Iran, just a little update on this story. A top general in the Trump White House has apparently, yes, there's massive lines, LaCroix, for them to even take a deuce on the ship now. Okay. Do I have to put my, I do, don't I? I do. What do you mean invalid email address? It is a valid email. Okay, so the joint. So here we are. We have a story here. Trump's top general warns of Iran strike risks. So one of Donald Trump's top generals. So Joint Chiefs Chairman General Dan Kane has been advising President Trump and top officials that a military campaign against Iran could carry significant risks. In particular, the possibility of becoming entangled in a prolonged conflict, according to two sources with knowledge of those internal discussions. All right. So he is basically saying that he is saying that even if we do bomb Iran, it might not even accomplish the goals that we have set out, and it might end up causing just an intractable conflict that will necessitate putting troops on the ground, even though we would be defeated if we put troops on the ground. That's what he's saying. So I mean, that makes sense, right? That makes sense. I mean, you got to admit, at least you have a general saying it like it is. That's like, hey guys, maybe we shouldn't do this because, yeah, we can bomb them a bunch. That doesn't mean they're going to do what we say. And then what? What are we going to do? Put troops on the ground? So, okay. Yeah, it would help Russia, Meowsort. It absolutely would help Russia if we went into Iran.
You know,
yeah, go ahead.
Maybe we do need to put troops on the ground because we need working toilets for them.
What do you mean? I'm sorry. You mean
the aircraft carrier?
Yeah.
Are backed up. They can't use them. Might as well
just send them into Iran. Go to a public rest stop in Iran.
Drop a few poop bombs and
that'll do it, right? That's pretty funny, actually. Yeah. They show yeah, I bet the toilets do work in Iran, that's for sure, Paul Squall. That actually is a big part of Persian culture is cleanliness, apparently. So, maybe they anyway, okay. Hey, they can at least dig some holes in the ground. Hey, that's true, right? Matt Guy, Sam is so stupid. I know Matt Guy, I agree, all right? Okay. So anyway, so there's your best military in the world, folks. Um, just a little bit more here. Uh, in his role as military advisor to the president, secretary of war and national security council, the chairman provides a range of military options, as well as secondary considerations and associated impacts and risks to the civilian leadership to make America's security decisions. All right. So he's basically saying he has apparently Trump is saying publicly that the generals have given the go ahead and say it's a good idea, while privately this general's like, no, this is not a good idea. So yeah, okay,
Well, Trump's the expert. We ought to know that.
right. Trump's of course the expert, right? Which actually does give some credence to the idea, folks, that maybe he won't end up attacking and maybe it's all just posturing. Now, I think that is unlikely. I still put the chance at like 90% that we will attack Iran because of the number of forces in the region, but I could be wrong about that. This makes me think that maybe the chance is lower that we will actually bomb Iran.
All right, can I say something?
Yep, go ahead, Dad.
Actually, I admire this guy. He was appointed by Trump, if I remember correctly.
I don't know. Maybe he was.
I thought he was. And he's speaking out on the reality of the situation instead of some, rainbow unicorn in the sky about how we will do so well against Iran.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, this guy is pretty gutsy to confront Trump on that.
Yeah. Yeah. Now, I will say, so Dak, I have a question for you. This might be a different, I'm curious because we're different generations, right? Growing up in America during like the Iraq War, the Afghanistan War, also knowing the history of Vietnam. I know you grew up during Vietnam. I do not think that the United States military is particularly competent. Or let's put it this way. I don't think that the government is at least particularly competent when it comes to the military. However way you want to phrase it. And like this notion that America is this sort of invincible military power has been proven wrong over and 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 over again. Because we've entered this new age where it's like traditional military forces don't really matter because you're going to get locked into a protracted insurgency and things like that. So like it might be a useful force against a traditional military, maybe, I don't know. But like, do you see what I mean? I don't know. What do you think about that? I'm just curious what your opinion is.
Mine?
Yeah. What's your opinion on that?
Well, our military has changed quite a bit since Vietnam.
Mhm.
Okay. They said we learned lessons there, and that they have upgraded. I still think that there's nobody out there as our equal. Now, does that mean we can defeat them? That's a whole different situation.
Right. So does it matter then that if no one is our military equal, does it really matter if we can't win a war with a military that there's no one is equal to? Does that make sense?
Yes, but this is where I'm going to say a part of the issue is the government. The government likes using the military in ways it was never meant to be. For instance, Vietnam, our military, even back then, wasn't meant to go out in jungles like that and defeat a people that are trying to defend your homeland.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it's not.
Mm-hmm.
And it still isn't built for that. Can they bomb the crap out of and maybe capture the territory? Yes.
Mhm.
Can they stay and make it work? No. We don't have that. We think everybody will be really happy when we do what we do. I mean, look at Afghanistan, okay? Look at Iraq. Nation building didn't work. Lebanon, nation building didn't work. And so I think part of the issue is it's the government, people who are clueless, like Trump and his buddies, like Hegseth, who is
Hello, Dolly Boy.
I don't remember
Secretary of War or whatever.
Yeah, well, yeah,
Oh, I see what you're
Secretary
saying. Yeah,
of
yeah.
War, but he's not an expert. And those are the people that are telling these generals what to do.
Mhm.
Now, I know some of the generals are idiots also,
That's for sure.
but the fact of the matter is, it's, I don't know, just it's not being used the way it should be used.
Okay. Yeah. Interesting. I just wanted to get your take on that.
I mean, I do believe that it's built more to take on countries like Russia,
mhm.
even China to a certain extent,
Right.
not necessarily built to take on um, Iran. I
Mhm.
mean, it's two completely different type of people there. Unless our military has been doing something behind the scenes, learning from what's going on in Ukraine, because
Mhm.
boy, Ukraine has done some things that our military went, whoa.
Yeah.
And they're really fairly simple things to do. And I
Mhm.
think sometimes we get too focused on the technology rather than, are we going to be able to win with this?
Right. Okay. Okay, interesting take there. All right, so just an interesting thing there, guys. I really don't want to go to war with Iran, but like I said, I put it a 90% chance. Because we're monsters. Whatever. Whatever. Trump is a monster, etc. Israel wants us to go to war with Iran. The weapons manufacturers would make a killing if we went to war with Iran, and we know that a lot of our politicians are bribed by the weapons manufacturers, etc. So yeah, there's all these incentive to go to war with Iran. Yay! All right.
President Eisenhower warned about
Yeah,
that,
he did, right?
and he should know.
Yeah, he was a woke Republican for saying that.
Yeah,
Anyway.
especially for back then.
Mm-hmm.
But he was a military man, and he knew
Yeah, yeah.
what was going to happen if we
Right.
did this.
Okay, guys. So that's the first story we got there is the fact that Trump's generals are secretly in private saying, hey, maybe this isn't a good idea. Which, by the way, is bad because that is also called groupthink. And that's what happened during the Iraq War. People all around Bush were they kind of went along with what everyone was saying, even if they disagreed privately. There was this sense of thinking as a group and not letting your individual opinions sway what happened, which is kind of what we see happening here. The people who have opinions against Trump are being ignored, etc.
Mm-hmm. He's the king.
Yeah. Jeez. Okay. All right. Next story here, guys. Yeah, you're right, Retro Asher. Absolutely. I agree with that. So Retro Asher says there are already government bot accounts pumping out Epstein memes to desensitize people to the situation. Memetic warfare is already happening. You're absolutely right, Retro Asher. Absolutely. Right? Totally. All right. Okay. So next story here. Let's talk briefly about what's happening in Mexico. Okay, it is important to understand for us in America, etc. All right, exactly, Doug. Trump is the chairman for life, as they would say. Okay, all right. So Mexican special forces killed El Mencho, which is the world's most wanted cartel kingpin, after tracking his girlfriend's movements. By the way, with the assistance of the FBI. I mean the CIA. The CIA assisted in tracking these guys. Okay, after tracking his girlfriend's movement to his mountain hideout. All right. As soon as they did this, as soon as they killed this drug kingpin, the operation triggered violent retaliation across 20 Mexican states. And by the way, there's something like 30 Mexican states. I'm not exactly sure how many there are exactly. But majority of Mexican states saw massive retaliatory violence by the cartels. Thank you. After this happened, and it's still going on. It has gotten cartel members started burning vehicles and blocking roads in revenge attacks all across Mexico. There are images from the skyline of like fires burning in cities across Mexico, and 25 Mexican National Guard members were killed Sunday in organized crime attacks on the Mexican military, forcing school closures and flight suspensions in Jalisco state. So, okay. One thing here before I let my dad add more to it, I suppose you could say, is typically what happened, guys. This was tried before. What was that one president of Mexico's name? He tried this. He started going after the cartels, and he actually arrested the son of another cartel leader. Which president was this? Name some of the past presidents of Mexico, Dad. You're old. You remember these things.
Okay, Huerta. See, I'm
No.
going way back.
No. Recently.
Carranza.
Come on, recently.
Pancho Villa.
Okay, never mind. I'll find it myself. Past presidents, Mexico. I meant like the recent one, but that's okay. Obrador. Was it Obrador or Calderon? I can't remember. I think it was Obrador. Yeah. I think it was Calderon. Okay. So Calderon actually, when he was president, he arrested the son of a drug kingpin. And what ended up happening is you okay? Take a drink of my coffee.
I'm fine.
What happened was that there was such an outpouring of violence from the cartels after he arrested this guy that he ended up having to release him in order to stop the violence. That's a problem. Okay, that's a problem where you cannot arrest someone for crimes in your country without massive violence occurring, and then that means you have to release him. Okay? The cartels are a problem in Mexico, all right? And I've heard lefties not like when I say that, but they are a problem. They're not good for the people of Mexico either. They extort the people of Mexico. Yeah, they provide some of them with employment, I guess you could say. But all right. So what typically happens is when the Mexican government tries to go after the cartels, there's typically an increase in violence suddenly for 3 reasons, okay? 1, the government and the cartel start fighting with each other, okay? So there's that. 2, I'll tell you, LaQual, but give me a second, okay? There's been lefties out there who have yelled at me because they say, they're like, well, that's not the issue here. The cartels aren't the issue. And that's partially true in that demand for drugs is a big part of the issue. But that doesn't mean that, and they'll defend the cartels and say, well, they're supplying jobs and money to the people of Mexico. Anyway, I have literally heard this, all right? But okay, so the other part here, so the other reason violence breaks out is that now that the leader of this cartel has been killed, there's going to be infighting in the cartel over who takes it over next. So now different factions of the cartel are going to start killing each other. And lastly, as this cartel starts to break into civil war, I can promise you this is going to happen. Other cartels will use it as a opportunity to attack that cartel to weaken it. All right. So you're going to see an outburst of 3 major types of violence between the government and the cartel, within the cartel, and between different cartels. Okay. So, okay. Right. So that's what we're going to see happen here. And this is a very big problem. The number one problem with the cartels is the demand. Okay. The demand for drugs makes it very hard to deal with to ever get rid of the cartels. Like if you get rid of the leader of a cartel, someone else is going to take over. Even if you get rid of if you can't get rid of if you get rid of all the leaders of a cartel, there's still an infrastructure there. And as long as there's a demand for drugs in the United States, there's going to be a demand, okay? There's going to be a cartel forming. So the best way to do this is to reduce demand, in my opinion. And what that means is making people in the United States less likely to use drugs, which means improving their quality of life, providing them health care, making them feel less alienated from their political system, making sure that they have strong community connections so they don't fall off the radar and become addicted to drugs. Okay. Okay, it is weird, LaQual. Okay, I see look, I try to prevent people from yelling at me for going after the cartels, and then when I say, I've heard lefties say it, people go after me for going after lefties that say that. Okay, I am just saying I have heard that, and I'm trying to withhold. And then people don't believe me when I say that. Okay, there are lefties out there that if you talk about the cartels, they'll suddenly think you're an American imperialist or that you're blaming Mexico for the issues with the cartels and advocating for violence against the cartels or whatever, anyway. But my point is that there's nuance to this, right? I don't like the cartels, all right? We shouldn't do...
Well, even,
all right.
even when the cartels aren't going to war with each other,
Uh-huh.
or the U.S. isn't putting pressure on Mexico, and then Mexico puts pressure on the cartels, even when things are going status quo, so to say, that the cartels are still killing people in Mexico.
Matt's like, I hate you.
In Mexico.
Yep.
I mean,
They're terrorists. I can't stand the cartels,
and one of
okay?
their favorite things to do is to cut the body up in body parts, especially the limbs, okay, and the head,
Mhm.
and leave them in public to create a situation of horror and to scare the Mexican people themselves into obeying.
Mhm.
I mean, it.
Yeah, I mean, that's like terrorism. I don't know what
Yeah.
and you guys, I'm not using the word terrorism politically, right? America is a terrorist state in a lot of ways and how it treats other people. Israel is a terrorist state, but the cartels, they just use outright terrorism, and it's not like they're necessarily resisting oppression. I mean, there is some resistance of poverty and stuff there, but they just
But
frighten their own people of Mexico, right? Anyway.
well, some of the cartel leaders, for instance, what's his name?
El Chapo?
Yeah, El Chapo.
Yep.
You know, it has come out that yes, he helped the people, the poor people. Okay, and there's a fair amount of, actually a lot of poverty in Mexico. He helped them. But if you look at some of the conversations he has had and some of the evidence they acquired,
Mm.
it's to get them on his side so that he can make more money for himself.
Yeah.
So in a way, yes, he is feeding and helping the people, but he's also using them
Yes.
to become even filthier rich.
Mhm.
I
While
mean,
also
isn't that kind of like what happens here with corporations?
yeah, like, well, yeah, exactly. That's what Paul Squad just said it when you said it,
Oh,
Dad. Yeah, he said like corporation that does charity.
right, right.
Yeah. And by the way, like they often avoid paying taxes, so they're depriving the Mexican people of taxes and things like that. Okay, you guys get the idea. Okay, fine. Maybe I shouldn't I know very few lefties say that. I'm sorry for going after lefties, but I've been frustrated recently, folks, because I keep getting lefty pushback more than any other kind of pushback. Okay, anyway. So, all right. Yeah, so I think if we fix do you agree that if we fix some of the conditions in the United States, that'll at least help the problem of the cartels. Uh yeah,
To a certain extent,
right.
yes.
Right. And I do think, guys, that at some point the Mexican government does need to put its foot down in terms of the cartels. I mean, I don't know how else you deal with it. I don't know how else you deal with it. Because right now they're flaunting the laws of Mexico. Anyway, so that happened. All right, the cartel. All right, it is LaCroix, and it drives me crazy. Leftist infighting. Since I've started this channel, that's been like the most annoying thing to me. Anyway. Especially, guys, because you know I'm okay with disagreement. Disagree with me. It's fine. All right. Mm. All right. So there's that story. Okay. So the cartel. And by the way, there's also an idea out there that the president of Mexico was being pressured by Trump into doing this, um, which, I don't like at all. Mexico is a sovereign country. We shouldn't be pressuring them to do that. So, but anyway, regardless. So that's happening in Mexico right now. Just to let you all know. Okay. Did your dad know you were anti-abortion, Sam? I'm very pro-abortion, Matt Saigai. I want all the babies to be aborted all the time. Okay, just kidding. Okay, all right.
The what does what?
Matt Saigai's just trolling. He said, "Did your dad know you're anti-abortion, Sam?" It's not true. I'm
Well,
pro-abortion,
okay.
or I'm pro-life. Well, or not. I'm sorry. God damn it. Pro-choice. Okay.
Yeah, I was anti-abortion until I saw
Yeah.
my son born.
There you go. Okay. Okay. You're disgusting. All right. Okay. So there we go. The stuff going on in Mexico. Another interesting story. How dare you, Sir Bartholomew? You all like go to war against me whenever my dad's on stream. I hate all of you. Okay. I hate all of you. All right. Disgusting. Don't you laugh, Drusilla. Okay. Liar, liar, pants on fire. Sam, Matt Saiga, you're a liar, liar. Okay. Whatever. Screw you. Next story we got here I wanted to talk with you all about is a story from NPR.
Oh,
Now,
God.
guys, I know this is going to be shocking to you. I know it's going to be utterly and absolutely shocking, all right? Dad, I know you're going to be shocked by this too. You're going to be so shocked and chagrined. You won't know what to do with yourself. An article came out. I know, Sir Bartholomew. An article came out yesterday from NPR. It's an exclusive article showing that the Justice Department withheld and removed Epstein files related to Trump. Yay! Okay, yay. So, and we're not talking like withheld files that had CP in them. We're talking just withheld outright illegally files that talked about Trump having, I know, shocking, right? Hello, Louise. A shocking discovery, right? So the Justice Department has withheld some Epstein files related to allegations that President Trump sexually abused a minor, an NPR investigation finds. It also removed some documents from the public database where accusations against Jeffrey Epstein also mention Trump. Some files have not been made public despite a law mandating their release. These include to be more than 50 pages of FBI interviews. Okay. 50 pages in FBI interviews and notes from conversations with a woman who accused Trump of sexual abuse decades ago when she was a minor.
Yeah, her files went missing.
Yep. NPR reviewed multiple sets of unique serial numbers appearing before and after the pages in question, stamped onto documents in the Epstein files, in the Epstein file database, FBI case records, emails, and discovery documents. Okay. So, all right. So they have literally and illegally are hiding, these stuff, and the mainstream news is now reporting on it. I guess we all could have guessed this, right? Go ahead, Dad.
And the funny thing is,
What's funny about this, Dad? You think this is funny? You think the assault of these children is funny? How
well,
dare
it's
you?
kind of like walking through a room full of your family, and you let a fart go, and they all go ew, and you walk out chuckling to yourself.
That's called crop dusting, by the way. But go ahead.
Yes, I know. But the thing is, what was it? Just last week or 2 weeks ago? Bondi.
Oh, what is it?
Bondi.
The Barbie Goebbels. No, that's not Barbie Goebbels. Barbie Goebbels is Caroline Levitt. Pam Bondi is Princess Leia when she was with Jabba the Hutt on a leash, and Jabba the Hutt is Trump. Do you get it? So like Pam Bondi is Princess Leia on Jabba the Hutt's leash, and Jabba the Hutt is Trump.
Anyway,
okay. He gets it.
Anyway, she announced right after this very, very contentious questioning, which she kept changing the narrative on, changing the topic. She came out afterwards and said, okay, everything is out there. We've released all the files. And then this comes out. She lied to a congressional hearing. Normally, that would be
perjury.
Yep.
Nope, but yeah, we don't have laws in this country. What do you mean, Dad? Come on, especially not for the wealthy and powerful. Come on. Okay.
So anyway, I just had to point that one out.
Can we all shame Matt Saigai in the chat? Matt Saigai said, and I quote, "Caroline is hot. Everyone shame Matt Saigai. Shame on you, Matt Saigai. Shame on you. Shame on you."
Okay, I'll agree with him.
What?
She is hot. Like a pile of dog poop on a cold winter day outside.
There you go. Well, why would it be hot though? Because it's cold outside.
Out of a dog.
Oh, I see. So it's like a steamy.
Dog isn't dead. Frozen dogs don't poop, son.
Okay, I'm sorry. I got you. So the dog is dead.
No, the dog is not
confused.
Dead.
I'm sorry. I'm losing the metaphor. I'm sorry. So the dog took a dump. And it's steaming because it's snowy outside.
Right.
I got you. I'm sorry. I got it. Thank you, Dad. Forgive me. Okay.
I have to do this all the time for him.
Thank you. Yeah, please. You got to talk slowly for me. All right. Okay. Yeah, exactly. Everyone shame Matt Saigai. Okay. Shame Matt Saigai. All right. Okay. And shame my father for that. Disgusting. Okay. So there we go. I'm sure you all know he's saying, you're exactly, Meowser. He's talking perceived temperature because dog poop definitely looks really hot when it's out in the snow because of the steam coming off of it.
That's right. Sure. That's right. That's why I said snow.
Yeah.
I knew in the summertime it wouldn't have been that way.
True. I got you. Okay. I got you. That makes
Unless
sense.
it was a hot dog.
I don't even want to, with talking about the Epstein stuff, like I can't, that phrase just, anyway, I get what you mean though, like a hot dog, like, okay, got you. Okay. Anyway. All right, you guys. Moving on here. So there's another cute little story I thought you'd all enjoy. All right. Again, let's quickly talk about one last thing here, okay? At least one last big story here. So, as always, guys, Malzord said Caroline was hotter before the plastic. Yeah, Malzord, I mean, yeah. I mean, I'm not gay, but I mean, I am gay. God damn it. I can't speak today. I just came out.
Conversion therapy is working.
Yeah, God, you're evil. Okay, that's funny. Do you hear that? Because my dad said the conversion therapy is working. Anyway, that's horrible. The my they're gonna. Okay, what was I gonna say? Oh. So yes, Caroline probably was more attractive before she had plastic surgery. Anyway, okay. Um, all right, I just came out as straight, right, Cody? I know. So funny story here. So again, guys, tonight at 9, how dare you, Matt Saiga? Tonight at 9:30, no, 9 o'clock p.m. Eastern Standard Time, Trump is going to be doing the State of the Union address before Congress. The State of the Union is mandated by constitutional law, I believe, right? It's mandated by the Constitution. The president must, thank you, Malzord, must basically make a statement to Congress every year, is it?
Every year. And
Yeah.
what it is, it doesn't have to be it doesn't have to be up there in front of the Congress or joint session, because early on in our history, it was sometimes just a written, what I want to say, document given to Congress as a whole
Gotcha.
to explain the State of the Union.
Right. So Trump is, especially with the invention of TV, they basically have. It's been mainly on the TV, hasn't it, since the TV was invented?
Right.
Well,
Well, some of the first ones were, wasn't it Kennedy?
Totally not low.
I might be wrong.
I don't know, actually, probably. Okay. So anyway, so he'll be giving this talk in front of Congress tonight. It'll be at 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. I'm going to be streaming. I know I mentioned this, but please join us tonight at 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time on Twitch and YouTube. I'm going to be in full jester garb because, God, we're going to need it. Me too, Paul Squall. Me too. All right. So, but before this, just some things to expect. About 47% of Americans strongly disapprove of Trump, which to me is too low, but okay. But only 39% of Americans approve of the way Trump is handling the job of president. Still way too high, in my opinion. So that's unfortunate. So more Americans disapprove than approve of Trump, but still, yeah. But again, Sir Bartholomew, the rest of the folks disapprove of him, but not highly disapprove. Okay. So it says here. Sorry, one second. Let me just.
I was
Quickly,
going to say the thing, though, is this keeps up. I think what's going to happen that I'm seeing this as a crack in the dam. The dam will still hold.
Yeah, Matt Saiga.
There'll be a little dribbling of water out of the dam, but as time goes by, eventually that crack will get bigger and widen and collapse. And I think what we're seeing now is that crack forming.
Okay, that's a rather hopeful take.
Yes, it is.
I am more doomer pilled, but I certainly hope so, Father. Okay, I certainly hope so, Dad. Okay, I don't know, folks. I don't know, but okay. Thank you for the hopium, I guess. Okay. So I will say his disapproval is rising amongst independents, in particular, guys. In a separate CNN survey released on Monday, only 26% of independents surveyed approve of his handling. Independents are very important
What?
of the presidency.
Oh,
yeah.
I thought you were still talking Epstein files.
No. Okay, got you. Okay, so that's true. Okay, and that's a 15-point drop from 2025. So that's pretty good. That's pretty good. I mean, for independents. Okay. Anyway, and by the way, so 57% say they disapprove of how Trump is handling the economy, and 65% say they disapprove of the way he is handling inflation. Okay, thank you, Matt Saigai. I'll take a drink. Dad, you have to take a drink because we got to hydrate. Thank you, Matt Saigai. Thank you. All right. So a lot of these numbers look really bad. Okay, a lot of these numbers look bad for him. So I'm suspecting that he's going to be on the defensive tonight. Okay. But you know what that means? When Trump is on the defensive, it typically means he's going to be on the offensive. Okay. So he's just going to be attacking people left and right.
It doesn't matter whether he's offensive or defensive. His lies are going to get bigger and steeper.
Yeah.
And he's going to outright deny this happening. This is all fake news. This is the Democrats doing. I mean, we can pull out all the things here. And he's going to do saying that and trying to come across looking good in his.
I wish, Sasha. I wish we were drinking Grey Goose. Go ahead, Dad.
But he, as he says a lot of these lies, his Republican cohorts will be giving him loud applause and cheering.
Oh, for
Just
sure.
watch that. And it's
Yeah,
just,
it'll be gross.
yeah, yeah, let's hear it for the liar. Yeah, let's hear it for the misogynist. Woo!
It's like that scene from Star Wars where what was it? What who said it? Where she goes, and that's how democracy dies to thunderous applause. Uh, yeah. Uh, by the way, Wiz. Okay, how dare you, wizards? Wizard Wiz, welcome, Wiz. Wiz says I expected some sort of gin. CR doesn't strike me as a vodka drinker. What's that? Are you being homophobic, Wiz? I hate gin. Actually, I literally do hate gin, Wiz. Gin tastes like potpourri. It's like taking a handful of potpourri and shoving it in your mouth. No, thank you to gin. Can't stand gin. Dad, do you like gin?
What?
Do you like gin?
No. However, I just remind you, we went to this Polish restaurant up in Michigan,
Yeah.
and I actually asked for a couple shots of actually imported Polish gin because that's nothing like here or in Russia, and there has a botanicals in it.
Yeah.
And I remember one of the names of the. Oh, I'm sorry, I'm not talking gin. I'm talking vodka.
That's okay.
Never mind.
No, that still works. We wanted to hear about your alcohol things. Again, by the way, Wiz, I know you're a British sig also. That's why I said that as a joke, Wiz. I know you're not actually homophobic, okay? But yeah, but no, that sounds great though. Polish vodka, etc. Sounds lovely.
Yeah, the brand name was Chopin, and it had botanicals, and it was like, oh, this
Mhm.
just doesn't taste like drinking alcohol. Period. It
Yeah.
had some flavor to it.
Interesting. Oh, that's right. Oh no, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Yes, I was. I'm sorry. I was reading this while listening. You're right. Yeah, gin and tonic. Ugh, gross. Anyway, moving on. So, okay, guys. So there we go. We got so that the State of the Union is going to be tonight. Stop by. It'll be like probably like 2 hours long. Trump will probably talk for a while. So we'll be suffering together. Bring a drink. Bring a friend. I don't know. If your friend's a guy and he's good looking, send a picture and bring him. Anyway, moving on. So, okay, let's see here. Let's talk about something else here now, folks, right? Let's talk about something else here. All right. Uh okay. It's just I wanted to quickly, we always do a little bit of education stuff. So, this is going to be brief, but I just wanted to share with you some stats about the United States, okay? And then I'm hoping my dad and I can talk about it. We all can we all can talk about it, etc. All right. Meowzord, you know what we should do, Meowzord? What we should do, Meowzord, is we should have a bingo card for tonight. Is there a website, Meowzord, you can recommend where I can go make a bingo card for everyone so that people can use a bingo card during Trump's State of the Union address? And we can decide what terms and stuff he might say during the address and then play bingo with it. We could even turn it into a drinking game, folks.
So even those of you who don't like alcohol, that's what I was thinking. Choose your favorite beverage, whatever that is. And every time he says a certain word, now don't pick the obvious ones because everybody who's going
Gotcha,
to be
Meowzord.
using alcohol
Ow.
would be flat on their backs in 5 minutes. Okay.
That's true.
So
Okay, yeah.
you just got to be careful.
That's true. Okay, maybe we'll do that. Anyway, okay, so some facts about the United States, all right? And just, I wanted to talk to you about this, guys. I know I'm American centric. I'm an American. And by the way, I think if we solve American problems, that'll actually help a lot of the world because
Yep.
America is an empire and has a lot of power. Okay, so anyway, so, all right. So 37%, this is from 2025. I tried to put where I got the stat and the date from it. Not all of them are fully up to date. 37% of Americans are obese as of 2025. Someone tell me in the chat, why is this? Tell me. I'm doing my teacher bit. Give me some reasons why this is the case, okay? Matt, I know the world doesn't revolve around the U.S., Matt Saigai, but I'm an American. I have a partially
What?
American audience, right? And it has a massive impact. So yes, correct. Good, healthy food is expensive. Processed food is inexpensive, correct? Because Twinkies are delicious. Paul Squall, you're partially right. We have we have so many options for food, and they're made to be addictive with all the sugars and additives in them that they're sort of it's easy to get addicted to them. LaQual, lack of walkable cities, car centric. Meowzord, food deserts, food stamp restrictions, additive, sugar. Yeah. Retro Asher says healthy eating has been limited to higher classes. Yeah. Okay. Um, I know you could, Sir Bartholomew, right? So this is not, there is this, idea around the world that Americans are fat. Okay. And yeah, we have a lot of really overweight and obese people, but it should be clear here. These are structural issues, right? It is a structural issue that so many people in the United States are large. There is an association between poverty and obesity in the United States. And so, just to let you know, and obesity results in what? I think it's 4 million people around the world dying each year. It is a major killer of people. Okay. Obesity is a major killer of people. It's a large number of people that die every year around the world from obesity. It is literally killing us. It's causing heart problems and things like that. And it's because of the system we've set up. Okay. Absolutely, Louise. Absolutely. You're right. Trust me, Louise. My dad and I have been to Europe together. So Louise's dad, who's from the UK, says, I keep hearing how Americans, when they visit Europe, they always lose weight because of the healthier food available and not using cars all the time. Yeah. To the point where it can be sometimes exhausting because if you're not used to walking around so much when you go to Europe, it can be like, oh my God, I'm not used to walking this much. Exactly, Louise. Like dad and I, we went when we were in the UK. My dad and I were in London. We were also in Germany, the Netherlands, and France. Did I miss any? When we went, we walked so much. Uh, anyway,
And I enjoy the walking.
yeah,
First of
it's
all, you
very
really
nice.
can't enjoy the places you visit by driving a car around.
Yeah.
You gotta walk and see even the minutia, because that minutia part of the culture you see is important.
Mm-hmm.
Also, too, I want to throw this in. Most people like sweets.
Mm-hmm.
Over here, there it's almost not almost. A lot of things are too sweet.
Added sugars.
Yep. Now, over in Europe, and this is something that everybody in my family has said, if you like pastries, my God, Europe has pastries. And for instance, we were in Germany, Freiburg,
Mm-hmm.
and my son wanted some actual Schwarzwälder Kirschtorte.
Mm-hmm. Black
Like,
Forest cherry cake is
yes.
what it's called.
And we found a bakery in Germany, and we went in and ordered one, not a whole cake, but a
I
piece.
wish.
And my God, it was absolutely delicious. And the sweetness was just borderline. It was just sweet enough to highlight what Schwarzwälder Kirschtorte is like. Okay.
Here, by the way, if you're interested, just to make all of you hungry, this is what a Schwarzwälder Kirschtorte looks like. If you want an example of one, all right. Yeah, it's chocolate cake with a cream in the middle, and cherries in the middle as well. It's cherries, chocolate, cream, etc. Okay, go ahead. And there's also um, some cherry liquor in there, right? What is it called? Yeah, there's cherry liquor in it also. It's very good.
Kirsch,
Yeah,
cherry liquor.
yeah. I know. I was trying to think of the German name, Kirschwasser.
Yes,
Kirschwasser.
But anyway, it you get the same thing over here unless it's a bakery that commits itself to the old world way. It is so sweet.
Hmm.
And so that's another thing too. Gotta be careful how much sugar you eat.
Yes, but in I will say that though in America there are like very almost no regulations on that. In Europe, there's tons of regulations on
Right.
the stuff gets added to food.
Well, for one thing, you can still find trans fats in our country.
Yeah.
And I know in a lot of Europe, might be the whole EU, has banned trans fats.
Yes.
Still allowed here.
Yeah, it's funny, Dad. People in chat here, I think I've told this to you before, Dad. How a lot of people in chat here are like Jonas, who's English, is from the UK. It's use of chemicals. There are a lot of the Europeans in here are saying like blah, 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 basically saying that you need to compare like the number of the weird chemicals that Americans put into their food that we do. It shocks me, he says, when he sees what chemicals Americans allow in their food. Um, let's see here. Cody, who's also from the UK, says the main reason I like being European is because the food in Europe has so many food laws. It makes them less chemically, I'm guessing, full of chemicals. Yeah. So
Mhm.
yeah, preservatives. Don't bring that up, Wiz. Don't bring that up. Okay, I'm just kidding. Wiz says, especially preservatives in beer. Those same preservatives make hangovers worse. Yeah, that's true. So anyway, yeah. So Drusilla said, Drusilla, who's from the Norway, says I saw the difference in Fanta in Europe and the US. It's crazy. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, there you go.
Okay. Uh, okay. So Matt Saigai. Okay, Matt Saigai. Matt Saigai says the anti-science bullshit. Everything is chemicals. Matt Saigai. In the use of the word that people are using in here, Matt Saigai, you're being semantic, Matt Saigai. People here don't mean like they're talking about artificially created chemicals that are being added to things unnecessarily. Okay.
Usually to extend their shelf life.
Yes, yes. They're not referring to like chemicals as in like, I don't know, sodium, or like, I don't know, carbon dioxide or
Or
whatever.
even
But
food
okay.
coloring. Some of them are not
Uh,
good. There's a type of red, and I forgot which one it
okay, that's like, yeah, go ahead.
is not healthy for human consumption. And yet, hey,
Yeah, there you go. Okay. Yeah, the sugar in bread is insane, guys. The salt in bread. Like in the United States, like there's so much sodium in bread. It's crazy. It's crazy. All
now
right.
I I like to bake
That's fair,
bread.
Matt Saiga. I should say added chemicals. Go ahead, Dad.
I bake bread. I love to bake bread, different types of bread, and I usually try to find. I use recipes of bread that are very old world, like my grandmother, being from Germany, she made bread, and it wasn't like the bread here. It was it was really good. And it's amazing how much flavor you can get from bread and not put
Mhm.
a teaspoon of sugar in it.
Yeah.
It's just but we prefer that over here for some
Yeah.
reason or other. And after I have some of my bread, or you can actually go to some bakeries where they don't have sugar in the bread, but after eating, non-sugared bread, sugar added, and then you try your standard grocery store American-made bread, you can taste the sweetness.
Yeah. And real fast, Dad, Mithril, who's also from the UK, welcome, Mithril, says bread in the US is considered cake in the rest of the world. And I think you mean literally, don't you, Mithril? Isn't it literally the case that like American bread is classified in the UK as cake because of the amount of sugar in it and stuff? Um, yeah. Oh, I know, Jonas. Jonas, also from the UK. First time I had American cereal, I was disgusted. Reese's cereal tastes way too decadent for breakfast. Oh, I know, right? Um, okay. Luckily, my dad actually like bakes bread. That's really good. So we get away from some of that. Is that true, Louise? Disgusting. Okay, that it's actually considered cake. All right. And so I guess my thought here, guys, is that we have a tendency in the U.S. to blame individuals for obesity and to put the onus on individuals for changing it. But like the system is so rigged in a way to make it really hard to not eat well, and to not to eat healthy in an affordable way, that it's just very difficult. Maybe we need to do some more regulatory stuff in order to make it easier on people who would like to not be obese, rather than just saying, "Oh, well, they're just eating too much. They just need to eat better," and things like that. And yeah, people can do that, but it would be much better for people if we started actually doing regulations and shit on this stuff. Like I remember, yeah, it's literally counter to human instinct, Meowsord, to try and eat less and eat healthier and stuff like that, especially when you're surrounded by such good tasting, bright colored foods and stuff with high sugar content. Um, yeah, Meowsord, right. Stop giving into your primal urge to binge sweets. It's like, so anyway, I remember, guys. Do you guys remember the what is it called? Um, Oh, that there in New York, they tried to pass a law banning, supersized soft drinks. I think it was in New York City. Do you guys remember that? Like they tried to ban, of course, Jonas. Five Guys is amazing. Supersize soft drinks, right? And there was massive pushback. Like tons of liberals and conservatives lost their minds and are like, "This is violating our freedom. You know, we need our supersized soft drinks. How dare the government? How dare the government dare try to limit the size of soft drinks?" And it was just like, what? Like, who cares? Yeah, Jonas. I'm like, I loved that law. I know maybe I sound like an oppressive POS, but I loved that law because, I that is so unhealthy. Like that is so bad for you to have like a gallon of soda basically. Anyway, but it's just like okay. But just to give you an example here, Right, LaQual, I'm sorry, I thought this was America. How can I freedom without my 100-ounce Coca-Cola? I know, right? Dolly Boy says, "How dare the nanny state come and take all my sugars?" Right, Dolly Boy?
I'm gonna storm the Capitol with my super gulp
Yeah,
Coke,
exactly.
and if anybody confronts me, I'll throw it at them and kill. Well, wait a minute. No, I really want this super size Coke. Okay,
Yeah.
I never mind.
Yes, yes. Okay, yes. Tish, yep, Tish. Too much of anything is bad.
Yep.
Exactly, okay? Um,
And I'm bordering on that with my son.
how dare you? All right. Anyway, so like I just think we need to focus more on structural changes for that. Okay, so that's one stat I wanted to talk with you and my dad about. The next one here is about this is of 2024. There haven't been very many updates since this, okay? But about 10% or 34 million Americans are below the poverty line. This number is misleading, okay? First of all, poverty in the United States is considered uh, $30,900 a year or lower is considered poverty,
Isn't
and
that
this
for a
does
family of four
uh,
usually?
it may be for a family of 4, yeah, I think you're right, for a family of 4, okay, and this does not include cost of living, so they're not differentiating based off, like, New York City versus a rural area, so $30,000, if you were making $30,000 in New York City, that would be counted the same as making
Sorry.
$30,000 in, like, rural Oklahoma, okay? So, it doesn't vary by location. Now, there are tons of, issues with this. Most experts would put it as high as 20% if
Mhm.
you take into account cost of living. So, anywhere between 10 and 20% of Americans are below the poverty line right now, with slight variations. In what is one of the wealthiest countries in human history overall, we have 1 out of 5 people possibly below the poverty line. And um, if you compare this to so according to the organization, the OECD, okay, the United States has the highest poverty rate among the world's 26 most developed nations. All right. We have the highest poverty rate amongst the world's 26 developed nations. Now, obviously, there are issues with these terms and stuff, guys. I know we could talk about it, but like the United Nations Children Fund, so the UNICEF ranks the United States second behind only Mexico on a scale of what economists call relative child poverty. Okay, when measured against 35 of the world's richest nations. We're number 2 in terms of child poverty. We're the greatest and freest country on earth, folks. Don't you know that? We're okay.
This is because, once again, I think a part of it. I'm not going to hit the government right now, but a part of it is just like the drug cartels.
Mm-hmm.
We'll give a little bit of help, a little bit of help to the poor people to get them on our side, so we can make more money. I mean, that's the corporate world.
Yeah.
I mean, it's I don't want to give this up. So, I got 3 houses and I enjoy that. I mean, how can I give up one of those houses so I can feed a family of 4? Be charitable in my heart. I can't. That's a big part of it.
Yeah.
And then
We
you
need
got a
higher
government
taxes on the
that's run
wealthy.
by wealthy, powerful people who agree with that. We blame the poor people for being poor. They're lazy. They don't want to work.
Yeah.
Well, I'm not going to go into the whole thing behind that because that's not true. Yet
Yeah.
there's always some people who are I'm not going to work, but most would. I mean, it's like one of those things I always would ask is, do you think the people in poverty like the idea they don't have a job and they live in a house or they live in an apartment where the walls are dirty and some of the stuff doesn't work and the appliances where there's cockroaches and rats? Do you think they like living that way?
Yeah.
It's like, come on. And studies have shown that they would rather not. But there's so many layers of issues here in this
There are.
country. I mean,
As
we should not, when we say poverty, we shouldn't have to throw the United States into that mix. We shouldn't, because of what we could do here. But too much greed, too many people who are playing like drug cartels, but with legal stuff.
100%. To answer your question there, Wiz, yeah, that again, this is a problem, Wiz. This is the these stats were taken from the last census, and we haven't seen new stats since then. So this is from 2024. It could be better or it could be worse. So you're right. This might not be the exact same numbers that are around today for sure. Okay, and okay,
According to studies, people going below the poverty level have gone up over the last year.
I believe it 100%. So all right. Yeah. You know, Alyssa, you do know that you're more right than you think. Alyssa says corporations are more important people. Yeah. As a matter of fact, corporations have more rights than individuals. If you look at how laws are applied and stuff. You guys want to hear something gross? Thank you, Dolly Boy, for the contribution. Really, thank you. You guys want to hear something gross? I think my dad knows this. When they too also after the Civil War, when they passed a law, the what is it? Which amendment was it? The Reconstruction Amendments. They passed a law that they added to. They passed a new amendment to the Constitution.
Yeah, those three are actually called are usually lumped together because it all has to do with post-war.
Yes.
It's 13th, you know, freeing of
Right.
the enslaved and all
I
that.
always get which one is which mixed up. Here it is. Okay. So I believe it's the 14th Amendment. Okay. The 14th Amendment basically says, yeah, the 14th Amendment basically says that the laws have to be equally applied to individuals. Okay. You know, no state shall make or enforce any law which abridge the privileges or immunities of citizens of the United States, nor shall any state deprive any person of life, liberty, or property without due process of law, nor deny to any person within this jurisdiction equal protection of the laws. Do you know in the years following the Civil War, there were lots of lawsuits brought to courts that used this amendment? Do you know what the biggest group was that used this amendment? It wasn't Black Americans. The vast majority of court cases were brought by companies and corporations claiming that states were discriminating against them by trying to regulate them.
Mm-hmm.
So corporations were the vast majority of people who complained about that, who use this law to protect themselves.
And in case you're wondering, this is what they were using.
Did I use the wrong part there? I think that was the right one, right?
Yeah, you did.
Nor shall any state deprive any person of life, liberty.
Yeah, to deprive, yeah. Nor shall any state deprive any person of life, liberty, or property. Okay, corporation.
Mm-hmm.
They sell stock. When you buy stock, you're part owner in that corporation. That's your property. Bingo. You can't treat a corporation like a inanimate thing. It's part of my property. Therefore,
yes.
laws can protect it.
Yeah. Uh-huh. Yep. Oh, for sure, Wizards. Yeah, and Wizard, you know this, Wizard. So the 13th Amendment, by the way, just on a side note here, which gets rid of slavery in theory, right? Because there's an addition to it. So the 13th Amendment says neither slavery nor involuntary servitude, except as punishment for a crime. So you can still do slavery inside of prisons, okay, by the way. And what you saw after the Civil War was the South did everything they could, and even some northern states, to criminalize blackness, to get as many black folks in prison as possible, to continue using them as slave labor.
Using them.
Yeah, exactly. But anyway, but isn't that interesting? Isn't that kind of gross? Okay, didn't they eventually make that a precedent or a law? Which part, Tish? All right. So anyway, so that is that's another sort of, okay. So obviously, corporations have more rights than people. Yes. Make a precedent or a law. Yes, Tish. Now there is today you have to pay inmates, but it's very low pay, right? You don't have to pay them regular wage. So they do pay inmates these days, but it's very low wages. Okay.
Depends on what state you're from.
HGMS, how dare you? All right, yeah. And now that we view corporations as people and money as speech, they can do really whatever they want, and they're protected more than we are. All right.
Mhm.
Okay. So anyway, so fun fact there. Uh, you're right, Wiz. A lot of Walmart goods don't come from China; they come from U.S. prisons. That's for sure. Okay, okay, that's for sure. All right, so that's another thing. So we have a right now, guys. I do want to be clear here. I don't want to sound like I'm being Western centric. If you think our poverty is bad, what we've done, what the global, what is it called? The global North has done to the global South is like on another level in terms of the amount of poverty around the world. I want to be clear about that. And a lot of the poverty around the world funds American economic and consumerism and things like that. So to be clear, American poverty is bad, but we also should recognize that globally there's a lot of suffering that's worse than that because of America and European imperialism and
Well,
colonialism and things like that.
yeah,
Uh,
what I want to tack on real quick is
yeah,
that, you know, what makes poverty in the United States bad is that we don't have to have poverty.
yeah.
We don't have to have it. We don't, but we do. And there are people out there who don't give a rat's ass about those going hungry here.
Mhm.
Whereas in a lot of uh, countries, um,
I bet we're gonna disagree on this, but go ahead. Sorry.
whereas a lot of countries don't have that wealth, thus to help the people because of colonialism.
Yeah, I see what you're saying. Yeah, yeah, you're right. They don't have it, or at least they have it, but they don't own it. They don't
That's right.
own that wealth
We
because
enriched ourselves off of that. I mean, most of European countries enriched themselves off of colonialism. Um, I mean, I'm sorry about this, UK, but look at your natural resources. And yet the UK became, well, Great Britain at the time became the most powerful nation in the world. And as they used to say, the sun never sets on the British Empire because they had more land than anybody else did. And
exactly, Cody. That's the joke he's making, Cody, is that there's not many natural resources in the UK.
yeah,
So how did they get so wealthy? It's
so
because
they
of
had to use that. Belgium as another one. I know we've
yeah.
talked about Belgium here. Thank you, King Leopold,
Hmm.
the brutal, the and so forth. I mean, even though China went through that, uh, where actually they did have a lot of resources, but imperialism from the West
Hmm.
stripped them of some of them. But now that China is into the wealthy nations, they're now doing the same thing to other countries,
Hmm.
especially in Africa.
Yeah. And you're right. So Jonas, you're absolutely right. Neocolonialism. So I want you guys to know after World War II, America heavily pushed to make sure every country had free markets, free markets, free markets, so that our corporations could go in there and start extracting wealth from all these countries all around the world, in a form of neocolonialism, where our companies extract resources and wealth from those countries, and then take that wealth and take it back to America, American corporations and Europe, by the way. Neocolonialism is still a big problem, a very big problem where a
Mm-hmm.
lot of like African countries don't own their own resources because American companies or European companies
Or
or
China
Chinese,
now.
exactly, Chinese companies or Russian companies. Um, yeah, oh God, don't get me wrong, France, guys, and I know we just talked about the UK. France had an empire,
Oh
still kind
yeah,
of does a little bit. America's empire is bad. The
the
Italian
Dutch.
empire, the Dutch, okay, the Germans had a little bit of an empire, okay.
They were latecomers, but yes, they
Yeah,
did.
yes. We did a stream on the Belgian Empire, which was horrific, as my dad mentioned in Central Africa.
Even Russia. You
Yeah,
might go, but wait a minute, they
the
didn't. Well, yes,
Portuguese,
they
the
did. Look
Spanish.
at some of the what would become Soviet states.
Hmm.
They were independent kingdoms before the Russians, underneath, for instance, Catherine the Great,
Hmm.
seized them. That's an empire. Just happened to be an empire right next door.
Yeah. You can see right now that Russia is
Yep,
actually sending a lot of the troops they send to the front line are ethnic minorities.
they're running out of
Uh,
people themselves.
yeah. Anyway, so again, We got a lot of these problems. But so anyway, but American poverty still is an issue, right?
Mhm.
And it really highlights for the Americans, Mithril, how dare you? British colonialism was a magnificent gift to all those we conquered. Hilarious. Okay.
Yeah, yeah,
Uh,
yeah. I agree because we raised up the rest of the world, or I'm sorry, you raised up the rest of the world to be just like us. That was such a sharing thing.
oh my, you got your asshole dad. Okay, that's funny. By the way, Mithril, I mean, Matt Saigai knows this. You should hear Matt Saigai got into a debate over on Discord. I don't want to get into it, but someone who was arguing that colonialism was beneficial for India because of the railroads. Anyway, we don't have to talk about this, but okay. Um, okay. So anyway, so yeah, we should just be aware of that. I don't want to make it sound like I'm only talking about American poverty. American poverty is bad. Okay. I want to point that out, but we also should understand that it's worse elsewhere and largely because of
In
colonialism,
context,
imperialism.
yes.
Yeah. And other things. Okay. All right. Next thing here. One last thing here. Uh, right, ball squall. One last thing here. Hello, Body Swap. Oh, you were already here, Body Swap. Welcome back. Okay, I don't know. Wait, maybe not welcome back. You've been here the whole time. Okay. 2 million. By the way, the United States. And one more ad thing. 2 million incarcerated people, representing 20% of all people incarcerated in the world, are in the United States. America has more people in prison than any other country on the planet.
Yeah, we should start executing them.
Oh my God. You sound like Bob from Necessary Conversation.
Right.
Anyway,
Or I
yeah.
sound like Saudi Arabia.
Yeah, well, okay.
Or
but
our
hey,
man.
they have far fewer people in prison than we do, I'll tell you what. So they do, but okay, anyway, so we have guys, we have 2 million people in prisons and jails. That is more than China, and that's taking into account population. We have more people in prison than China, which has what, 3-4 times the population. I'm sorry, 4 or 5 times the population of ours. They have far fewer people in prison or jail than we do. All right. We got 2 million people. Again, that number represents 20% of all the people in the world in jails and prisons. I don't know why this isn't more talked about. It's like, yeah, you guys are saying here. I know on stream I'm always like, Stalin was bad. Look at the gulags and stuff. I mean, like, that's a lot of people to be imprisoned. Okay, like,
considering, once again, I'm going to put this in context. Considering what we in the U.S. consider our country to be, we sure do jail a lot of people, and some of them are not.
correct, Tish.
And some of them are not. They shouldn't be there.
Yeah.
And then Trump comes along and frees those that probably should be there.
Mhm.
Should be there.
And I want to point out, guys, one of the things about Nazi Germany, and I've talked about this before,
Mhm.
okay, is that there was a notion in amongst the average German that the Nazis actually improved the country initially because there were there appeared to be a lot less violence going on in the streets. There appeared to be a lot less conflict happening in public. This is not true. What happened is that the Nazis took that violence that would normally happen in public and they moved it into concentration camps. So instead of having pitched street battles like between the communists and the Nazis in the streets, they would move the communists into concentration camps and then beat them up in private or murder them in private. Okay? They would transfer the society's problems into a hidden space to give the illusion that there was not violence happening. Okay? Okay. What do we see in America? What I see in America, right, is like you go into a middle class neighborhood or whatever, and everything seems so great and happy. Well, you have to understand the dark reality behind that is that there are 2 million people in prison. All right. We have thrown anyone who we deem disruptive into prison to sort of
Deviant.
keep the peace. And by the way, the reason there's so many criminals is not because we have an exceptional criminality here. It's because the system is so unfair and it creates a scenario where there are a lot of people who commit crimes to survive and other things like that. Anyway, so we need to talk about this more, okay? We have 20% of all the prisoners on the planet.
See, one of the other things too, there's a lot of countries out there that use their prison for reform. I mean, I know that was an issue back in the during the Industrial Revolution. You know,
Hmm.
where I forgot who it was, Bentham. It's been
Yeah,
a
I
while
think it
since.
was Bentham actually. Yeah.
Bentham basically saying, going out and writing papers, going, prisons should not be places of punishment because most of the people there don't need to be punished. They should be places of reform. And studies have shown that that's true. Yes, there are people in prison that, thank God, they are there, and hopefully they'll never get out again. But clear part of the people there, there can be reform, and reform could be something as like, okay, you're going to get out of prison. First of all, we're going to train you for a job. We're going to have a job set up for you, and we're going to monitor it so that you don't have to go steal. You don't have to go sell drugs. And we're going to
Hmm.
give you abilities to hold that off. Uh, Problem is that costs money,
Hmm.
and people don't want to see it. They'd rather see people locked away and bye bye,
Yep.
forget the second chance.
And guys, I don't. It is not a coincidence, by the way, that you do guys know that the stats show like who makes up the majority of our prison population, right? It ain't white people, okay? It's mainly black folks, non-white folks, etc., and almost exclusively poor people. Maybe not exclusively, but like a lot, mainly poor folks. That sounds a lot like a continuation of slavery in a lot of ways. And I'm not saying that it is fully because there are slight differences, but okay. It's just really creepy, all right? It's just really creepy and kind of has a weird I know this might be controversial, but has a weird kind of ethnic cleansing sort of feel to it in some ways. Where you move minority groups into prisons, you find excuses to put them into prisons. And I'm not saying that that's how it necessarily worked, but if you think about it, I kind of, in a small way, maybe not even in a small way, there's kind of a weird ethnic cleansing aspect to it. Anyway, okay. So, okay. So, anyway, all right. All right. I am not unreal. I am not surprised by it at all. I am not unreal. I'm not surprised by it at all. I'm not sure what you mean by that. What? All right. Okay. Yep. Absolutely, Tish. Tish, that's exactly how it was designed. Can we be clear about that? All right. There you go, Wiz. All right. I'd say Jim Crow laws made the intentions of the growth of the prison industrial complex pretty clear. Oh, you're right, Wiz. You're absolutely right. Okay, you guys. Another thing here. Last thing I wanted to talk with you about. Last stat here about America. Okay. Um. So this is an interesting. This is from Scientific America, and I thought it was interesting the headline they used. Their headline is U.S. life expectancy hits all-time high. But then, of course, underneath that, it says Americans are living longer than ever, but still well behind the life expectancy of other developed countries. Okay. Oh, Tish. Tish, you know your history. I was actually going to do a stream on that at some point. Tish just said, uh, it- um, police are reformed slave patrols. Okay. So this is very much partially true. I say partially because there were also some integration of like early marshals and detective agencies and stuff.
Hmm.
But yeah, especially in the southern United States, the slave patrols that were basically groups of roving bands of white men and slave owners. Their job was to sort of keep an eye out to make sure there weren't escaped slaves wandering around, that there weren't groups of slaves getting together for rebellion. That sort of in the South, especially, evolved into police departments, slave patrols. Now, do we see? But I don't mean. I'm not trying to. I'm just being nitpicky, Tisha, because I'm a historian. But yeah, a big part of police departments came out of slave patrols. Does that kind of maybe explain some crap? All right. So, exactly, LaCroix. In Northern police, early on now, we could debate about how policing has changed and stuff, but a lot of police departments actually came from union busting organizations like the Pinkertons.
Hmm.
So, Yeah, no, you're totally right, Philly cheese. Okay. Um, anyway, anyway, interesting there. Interesting, isn't it? Kind of disturbing. All right, moving on. So here's the US life expectancy thing, right? American life expectancy is 81 years for women, 76 years for men. Yeah, men, by the way, live around 5 years less than women do, and about 79 overall. So we have a life expectancy of 79.
Now, I just want to tell you, I'm only 5 years away from dying by this account.
What'd you say? I'm sorry.
Oh,
I'm sorry, I missed what you said.
I
I
said,
was drinking.
I said, I'm only 5 years, according to this chart, 5 years away from dying.
Oh, God, insane. All right. Clipped. How dare you, Malzorb? All right. So, okay. But here's the problem, guys. This is this is pretty good. Like internationally, this is pretty good, right? Living to 84 as a woman, living to 76 as a man. By the way, guys, we need to fight back against our oppression, living less than women. How dare okay, I'm partially joking here, but anyway. By the way, one of the reasons why men live less long than women is because a lot of men have been dying from drug overdoses. We could talk about this regardless.
Life is my drug.
There you go. Hey, TJ Dad says 5 years is a long time. You'll get to see the revolution at this rate.
But I won't be able to be the leader of it. I'll
Yeah,
be
look
too
at this.
old.
Cody says Paparevolt was in his 70s. He looks more like he's in his late 50s or early 60s. Aw.
Aw.
Okay. So,
Thank you.
okay. But these numbers, guys, are worse than most other Western, I guess, industrialized wealthy nations. I think we're near the bottom or at the bottom. So okay, it's that's not good. So just to be clear here, again, our poverty rates are higher than every other wealthy nation, and except for like Mexico, and our rates of our life expectancy is lower than almost every other wealthy industrialized nation. Okay, which to me is disturbing. But hey, what do I know? What do I know?
Well, once again, it goes back to some of our previous conversations. The health and welfare of people here in our country, what they eat, the lack of exercise, that's a part of it. The stresses that, I mean, there's some countries that basically, and we learned this when we went to Europe, is that, sometimes, I mean, there are holidays there that just are a holiday. Everybody
Mm-hmm.
takes off,
For the Americans in here, what's a holiday? Am I right? God, we like never get time off. What are you talking about, right?
But yeah, but it was like, yeah, we want you to take this, or we'll give you that maternity and paternity leave to help the child raise. That's, we don't do that here, and that does
Mhm.
affect one's health.
Oh, absolutely, absolutely. The socioeconomic stuff. Okay. Socioeconomic stuff. Absolutely. All right. Okay, guys. So that was that story. Let's talk one last. Let's now move on to our next thing here. If you guys don't mind, I'm gonna disappear for 1 second. My dad's gonna talk to you for a little bit. Yeah, hey guys. For real fast here, Philly Cheese and Wizard mentioned this. There's an issue in our country of third spaces. These are places where you can go to hang out with other people. That isn't your home or a workplace, because we have a lack of third spaces in the US. There's very few places you can go to like hang out with friends and stuff that doesn't cost money and that give you a space to be to sort of act communally. And this is also causing a lot of mental health issues. It's causing a lot of loneliness issues. And maybe we'll talk about it someday, but I did notice someone brought that up, and that's very true. We have a lack of third spaces in this country. That's a big problem. All right. Okay. I'll be right back, guys. I have to go grab something real fast. My dad will chat to you until I get
Mhm.
back. Give me 1 second. I won't take very long. Okay. Oops.
I'm gonna chat.
Yeah, you're going to chat. All right. Yeah, you're right, body swap. And like landlords, if you got if anyone here has been a renter at a big apartment complex, they've tried to make like the leasing offices like a place where people can hang out and chat. It doesn't work. Okay, Jesus. Okay, 1 second. You got this, Dad. Just chat with them a bit.
Okay, since we brought that up, I do want to mention this. There's a unique history in the United States on that, and that's how our cities and our neighborhoods are built. And one of the things is that this is just one of the puzzle pieces for this whole thing. Prior to World War II, if you looked at American houses, American housing here, um, if you lived in just a house, not an apartment, but a house, you had a front porch, a pretty good sized front porch. You get out there and sit on it, and during the day or in the evening, if you wanted to, people would be walking up and down on the sidewalks, and you'd say hi. You got to know your neighbors, your friends. Everybody knew a lot of people's business, and if a neighbor was struggling with something, the neighbors would find out and pull together to help that person. They knew who was poor. They knew whose father, and I'm saying father because prior to World War One, World War II is mostly men whose father may have been injured and now doesn't get paid. So they pull together. Everybody know it, and you would know everybody. Post World War II in our country, housing switched up. Houses now were being built with backyard patios, places where you could sit in the backyard and preferably fence off your backyard. So you weren't out front anymore saying hi to your neighbors. You weren't out there, talking to them and being a part of the community. You were now back there with just who you want back there. You could control your space. And that was one of the issues. That's one of the issues here. And also there were mixed neighborhoods before World War II. I mean, it wasn't like, in most cases, not all, but in most cases, there wasn't a neighborhood that was all wealthy and then across the railroad tracks, all poor. You could find neighborhoods that were mixed. Take a 10-minute walk, you might come to somebody's house or a little neighborhood where people without much money were living. And once again, you would know about it. And because you understood them, you knew their story, you would reach out and help them. Not anymore. Nope, not anymore. We like to isolate ourselves, which is the really neat thing. I think I can only comment on places in Europe I've been. A lot of people there in the cities live in apartments and they have these open green areas and it's just amazing. But it doesn't happen here. That's one of the issues behind this whole situation. We now want to isolate ourselves in the back.
All right, you guys, I'm back here. First of all, Meowzord, I just received the package, just to let you know. Anyway,
What
okay,
package?
sent me Meowzord sent me something.
Oh.
So yeah, okay. All right, so that by the way, Meowzord says Paparevolt and Charlie Kirk stream because my chair was empty.
Oh,
You're evil, Meowzord. You're
that's awful and funny.
okay. All right.
Okay.
Is that true, Meowzord? Is that really true? Okay, anyway. Is it really Meowzord? Okay, maybe I'll show my dad here in a second. That's interesting. I'll open it up. Okay. All right, you guys. So, let's talk about something else here, all right? No divs, Kirk, right? That's so cool, Meowzord. Okay, maybe we'll open it on stream then, Meowzord. Okay. Gluteomyalgia. You say, hey, CR, hey, chat. YouTube hasn't notified me about your lives. Really? Now, don't forget me, gluteomyalgia. Do you make sure you hit the bell icon? If you have, I don't know what to tell you. You're not the first person to tell me that. If you're subscribed to the channel and you have the bell icon turned on and your notifications are on, it should tell you. But if not, you could also, if you're on the Discord, gluteomyalgia, you can sign up on there to be notified of when I go live as well. Also, please like the stream, folks. If you, it might be that I'm being shadow banned. That's possible because of some of the crap. Interesting, Glue Imagine. I'm not sure what that's about. I might also be shadow banned, folks, because of the controversial stuff I talk about. I don't know. But has anyone else not been getting notified on YouTube about when I go live? Just out of curiosity. Maybe to see if it's just gluteomyalgia or okay, or whatever it may be. Okay, guys. So, um, all right. So I wanted to talk with you all now about there's a group called Reactionary International. Yeah, I know, Laquav, exactly. Really, Jonas, interesting. You haven't gotten it in a while. You never get the notifications. I wonder if I am shadow banned. Maybe I talked too much bad about Israel, right? Who knows? um, Trump is streaming some crap on the White House channel. Oh, thank you. Body Swap. You know exactly what to say to keep me happy. Body Swap said I silenced everyone else's channel so that I only get notifications from CR. Thank you, Body Swap. Okay. Uh, I know Matt's like, I'm probably not shadow banned. I don't know what's going on there. I'll look into it. Okay. All right. Uh, how dare you, Jonas? Jonas, like I always thought you were kind of Zionist, to be honest. Jonas, I could say something so mean, Jonas. All right. All right. Hello, Void. Welcome. Okay, guys. Uh, another thing I wanted to talk with you guys. There is a organization called um, the Reactionary International. Okay, Reactionary International, and it studies international fascism and the growth of fascism worldwide. And it's a really interesting organization. So what I'm going to do here is this. Oh, it's not on my YouTube live homepage or your main channel. I have to go to the live tab. That is so weird. Okay, I'll try to figure that out, guys. I don't know what that is. Um, so let me show you here. This, if anyone's interested, I'll send you guys the link to this site. All right, there you go. I'll send you guys a link to this site for those that are interested. It might be that's very possible. Oops. Oh, it didn't really transfer over the whole thing. That's okay. You guys can copy and paste. So this is this is an article about the rise of global fascist movements. Okay, and I wanted just to talk with you a bit about it because you all know how, and that's what I'm interested in, fascism. Not because I'm a fascist, but because okay. And I thought my dad would find it interesting too. So I'm going to get a little closer here. So, okay. So the title of this article is Mapping Fascism, Global Networks, Power, and the Rise of the Far Right. So if we were to, guys, again, I'm always doing the trivia stuff. If you were to guess, based off all the things I've ever taught you and we've learned about in stream, what do you think they're going to conclude are some of the reasons for the um, rapid expansion of fascism all around the globe? Tell me in chat. Before we even look at the article, let's do, when I was a teacher, a way to help students learn to read is to get them to predict what they're about to read. So what do we think they're going to say are some of the reasons why fascism is growing all around the globe right now?
More psychopaths.
Well, you're right. Okay. Let's see here. What do we think? There you go, Lacroix. Poor economic conditions. Anything else? Okay. Anything else? What else might be causing the growth of fascist movements? Definitely poor economic conditions for various people all around the globe.
Misinformation.
Yeah, resistance to change. There you go, glutamyalgia, like rapid social changes. Wealth inequality and capitalism. There you go, right? Dolly boy. Fear of immigration. Right. Okay. Loss of alienation from democracy. Correct. Consolidation of me. Guys, oh my God, great. That's well done. Okay, well done, everyone. Okay. So yes, all of these things together are sort of the common symptoms of fascism. That's the things that will typically cause a fascist movement. All right. Um, so this is what it says here. Okay. The far right and authoritarian forces have capitalized on global economic insecurity and political alienation to win elections. This map traces their electoral success, showing where far right parties lead governments, shape ruling coalitions, or are positioned to take power. It also tracks the main hubs and actors of the transnational far right organizing network. Okay. Represented here by the locations of transnational conferences and highlighting the key foundations and political networks that circulate funding, ideas, and strategy. This has helped transform national movements into a coordinated global current. So here we have a map showing some of the places where you are seeing that are hubs of these sort of fascist movements. All right. Some of the things listed on here um, are, for example, the United States, you can see, is one of the biggest hubs of this far right movement. Now, this doesn't take into account population. So, just to be clear about that, all right? So, the United States is one of these hubs, and where there's a lot of far right conferences and stuff. Another place would be Canada, is smaller, but it's there. Mexico, Brazil, the UK, France, Italy, Spain, Portugal, okay, Germany, Ukraine, uh, Israel. Israel is a big one, is a very big one for the size of the country, by the way. Just a side note there. Given the small population of Israel, there's a lot of far right conferences held in Israel. Also, kind of strange given you would think that Israelis wouldn't want that many far right people there, given that they're probably anti Semitic. But hey, anyway, Italy, Russia is a big source of these far right ideologies and stuff. India is very big right now on the far right, and Australia. Okay. You'll notice that most of these are Western nations, I guess you could say. And except for like maybe, except for India, okay, there's a lot of far right, these far right groups all over the place. Yeah, Jonas, probably. Okay, true. You'll notice too, by the way, that the orange countries are countries where there are right-wing government, like bless you, far right governments in power. Like Ecuador, Peru, Paraguay, Argentina, and Chile are all occupied by the far right. El Salvador, Honduras, Costa Rica, the United States, India, Japan, Philippines,
Turkey,
and Turkey,
Italy.
Italy, Hungary, Serbia, Bosnia, Czechia, and the Netherlands. Now, I don't think the Netherlands is there anymore because they just elected a new prime minister, but this is happening all over the place. Okay, happening all over the place, and it's pretty bad. Okay. Also, it lists on here, guys, that countries that are in orange also have far right governments that are leading in coalition. So they're in the coalition government. And then yellow countries, or countries that are a beige color, I should say, are countries where the far right isn't in a majority, but they do have a powerful political party, like the UK. All right. So, all right. The is yeah, I should say far right, Matt Sci guy, because yeah, he's not far right, is he? I could be wrong. All right. So just to be clear here, right, this is popping up everywhere. And as it says here, someone asked me, why do we think, is there a particular reason why fascism festers more efficiently in Western nations? So it has a lot to do with ideas of Western supremacy and fascism. There is and white supremacy and things like that. There's a long intellectual lineage in the West of fascist ideas that are linked to superiority and these sort of romantic notions of superiority. Let's put it this way, there's a more fertile ground in the West for linking on to these ideas, okay? Because historically, there has been more of that. We could debate this. But there is sort of an intellectual heritage there, right? Especially when you Dolly Boy says, easy to make a national rebirth of a fallen empire. Correct. Okay. If you've lived in a country that has like has been very powerful, it's easier to give into narratives of national decline and the need for rebirth, right?
And I just want to point out some examples. Germany, especially under Hitler, they were looking back to the days of the Germanic knights, and all of them are going to be like that. Italy, to the ancient Romans, Mussolini used that. Turkey, the Ottoman Turkish Empire. Japan, uh, you know, going back to when they were very powerful. Let's go back to that time. And so some of these you can actually trace where they look to, and in the US, a lot of that is going back to a time that people believe here in which the US was superior to everybody else. And during that time and age, which if you look at our history, that
According to Americans, but yes, I know what
yeah,
you mean.
that
Yeah.
really wasn't the case, but it's a dream.
Yes.
Dream dreaming of a past, a cleaned up past that you want to recreate. And that includes some of the other ones that were mentioned here too.
So another thing here too, I was gonna add a little more here too, guys. Let me see here. I just missing a bunch of chats here. Fascism. Yes. Okay. So another thing though, too, guys, is you have to understand. So remember how we've talked about how capitalism often results in fascism. So according to most fascism experts, you need two things really to have fascism. You need a capitalist economic system, and you need a liberal democracy. Capitalism oftentimes ends up resulting in fascism when the capitalist system is no longer meeting the needs of the working class, and the working class starts agitating for change. The elites of a country will basically move towards populist solutions for the problems of the working class becoming more rebellious, and fascists will feed off of the struggling of the working class and lie to them and convince them that they will be the ones to fix the problems, when in reality they're aligning with the elites. Okay, a lot of in Western countries, most Western countries are quote unquote liberal democracies. If you want to, we can debate that, but which opens the door to fascism, to fascists to take over electorally. And they are in economic decline. They're struggling economically, which also, and they're capitalist, which opens that door. A lot of non-Western countries to be honest, a lot of them are already are dictatorial. Okay, um, fascism has a really hard time taking over in dictatorial countries. On top of that, there isn't as much. For example, you really only hear about fascism in countries that are already democratic and then become fascist. Uh, so there's that because of colonialism, overthrowing regimes, and America's constantly putting dictators in charge and things like that places. There's already sort of a cap on democratic feedback that can allow a fascist party to form. But also capitalism in a lot of those countries, well, actually capitalism in a lot of those countries does have a pretty strong hold. But anyway, so part of it is forms of government. There's also some other reasons for that. But the West is definitely more of a tradition there also. Okay. Okay. Let's see here. Let's see here. Can you Philly cheese? Question, CR. Can you stop a fascist populism machine democratically once you've started it? Philly cheese, there hasn't been really a case of that historically. Unfortunately, it's really hard to historically to find an example where fascism that's gotten into power was removed democratically. I don't think I can even really think of one. So no, I would say not. So yeah, okay. I would say not to answer.
I mean, wasn't Spain the longest running fascist country underneath Generalissimo Francisco Franco?
Yes, although admittedly, so I'm sorry to cut you off, Dad, but Francisco Franco was not fascist by the end at all.
Yeah.
He was just an authoritarian dictator.
But he morphed into that. And what I'm saying is that he was around for a long time, and it was not easy for the people to try to do something about it. The point I want to make.
Yes. Okay. Yeah. So we guys, and we can talk about this more. You all know I studied fascism a whole bunch. My dad knows a lot about fascism too and stuff. So we can maybe at some point I'll redo. I've done so many streams on fascism, I get tired of talking about it. Okay. All right. So I would say no. It's really hard to fight fascism democratically, and
it feeds into that.
Especially. Okay. Yeah. In your groove, though, Pinochet wasn't necessarily fascist. All right. This is complicated. He was sort of an authoritarian dictator. I wouldn't say he was fascist. This is complicated. Okay. We can debate this. There you go, Dolly boy. No. Right. And Pinochet also had a group of generals governing. It wasn't a dictatorship fully. It was like a junta. this is complicated, but it's very hard for like a traditional fascist government, for like Hitler, Italy, things like that. Okay, because fascists go outside the legal system. They don't care about rules and democratic processes and things like that.
And they feed on the fears of the common people, okay? So that if somebody comes up to try to take on that fascist government, that fascist government typically throws out how horrible foreigners are, and they
Yeah,
spread a lot of fear.
or they just arrest and throw that person in prison if they're going against the
and
government.
here we are. This government has made you safe, and we're better today than we used to be. And it builds up that fear, and with a series of lies and misdirections.
Yeah.
I mean, you can see it in ours.
Yes.
I
Yep.
mean, you'll see it tonight, even.
Yeah.
I guarantee you.
Okay. So Wizard, see here. Wizard says fascism exists. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm just trying to see here. We might, Tish, we might. I don't have much faith in it, and remember, guys, even if we go back to like a democratic president, a corpo democratic president, that won't get rid of the specter of fascism. We need to fundamentally change the country in order to prevent fascism.
And also, too, World War II ended quite a few years ago. And are there neo-fascists now still in Germany and other places that where we crushed it, re-educate it, and help them grow back? Did that get rid of the fascism?
No. So, and that's not to say, so in your groove, I know, guys, I got, in your group says, well, there was a time when people thought it was not possible to vote him out. Correct. They needed revolutionary optimism to do it. Yeah. But my point here in your groove, though, is like in fascism, right? You need more. I'm not saying we shouldn't vote Trump out, but you need more. We need more than just voting Trump out if we don't want fascism to come back after Trump, if Trump is out of office. Okay. Also, I did see someone say something I wanted to add a slight correction to. So, okay, Wizard, you said the only real distinction between fascism and liberalism is if the group the government is designed to protect is shrinking or staying the same size. Like the ethnic cleansing of indigenous people isn't considered fascist since it's part of the status quo. See, the only real distinction between fascism and liberalism is if the group the government is designed to protect is shrinking. Actually, I'm not sure what you mean by that, Wizard. Is if the group is designed to protect is shrinking or staying the same. Forgive me, I am not sure what you mean there, Wizard. I thought, because so fat. I'm not. Let me just go back here. Okay, in fascism, right? Liberalism is not the same as fascism. There is liberalism. Okay, liberalism oftentimes leads to fascism. Absolutely. Okay, absolutely leads to fascism. Okay, but there is a fundamental difference because liberalism. Are you gonna, if you're a socialist, for example, are you gonna be able to make progress under liberalism or under fascism? I can guarantee you, liberalism does at least allow some degree of dissent. This is just a fact, okay? Like in Weimar Germany, there was a pretty big and powerful communist party, and I'm not saying that it wasn't worked against by the elites, but liberalism does allow dissent. Fascism typically does not allow dissent.
All those workers that demonstrated in Germany.
Yeah. So I do know that there are some leftist theorists out there that basically say liberalism is fascism, but academically, you need to distinguish the two. Because I would much rather, as a socialist, live under a liberal government than a fascist government. It is going to be much harder to enact socialist change under a fascist government than a liberal government. So there is a difference there, all right? So liberal governments, though, can be extremely repressive and violent and things like that, obviously. Okay, so this is complicated, but we could maybe talk about this more sometime, okay? All right. Okay. So, boop-a-doop-a-boo. Let's see here. Put former Nazis in West Germany. Yeah, they did, LaCroix. Yeah, they did. All right. So anyway, but I think, okay, let me see here. Wizards now says, so governments exist to privilege a group of people. What people recognize as fascism is when new people are being added to the undesirable category. The ethnic cleansing America continues to perpetuate isn't considered fascism because the project is either already completed or has been in progress so long it is status quo. Uh, okay, so Wizard, this there is a slight issue with this, and I say this because were medieval governments fascist? Like medieval governments would also do ethnic cleansing. The Roman Empire did ethnic cleansing. Are they fascist governments? Uh,
The Ottoman Empire.
yeah, the Ottoman Empire did. What about the British Empire? The British Empire did ethnic cleansing and shit. Okay, unfortunately, Wizard, no academic would agree with that. Okay, fascism is a modern phenomenon. The Roman Empire was not fascist, and neither was like the British Empire by most academic standards I would look at. Okay, now I understand like the idea there, but fascism is a particular historical phenomenon. We could debate this, okay? Yeah, there's no such thing as fascism before capitalism, and then the British Empire, for example, was not really a fascist state. This is complicated, but we can debate this. Okay. Anyway, so all right, moving on. So this is interesting. Fascism is spreading pretty horrifically. Okay. Here you have an image showing the share of the vote of far right movements all across the board. So we got here, okay. So like the Netherlands, Belgium, Czechia, Italy, Bulgaria. There's a lot of folks here. Okay. Yep. Oh, and Outer Signal, they talk about it in here. They talk about it. All right. So you can see here there are very big movements here all across the board. Like Hungary, Poland, Wallonia, pretty bad. Okay, the share of the vote is high and getting higher in a lot of places. Okay, yeah, and guys, this is debatable. I'm not saying that Wiz is 100% wrong here. This is debated by historians and academics. I disagree with what Wiz is saying. There might be some academics out there that agree with what Wiz is saying, but just in the form of the government we're talking about, I don't think that they're the same. Does it mean that I think this is more of an issue of people thinking the word fascism implies that it's worse than other things, when empires can be just as bad as fascist governments, even if they're not fascist. You see what I mean? Okay. All right. So, all right. Wizards, Breads, Books. If we are talking about ideological taxonomy, sure, taxonomy, but as far as material conditions go, the differences seem to be either velocity, acceleration. Okay. All right. Yeah, Jonas, that's a really good question. Jonas says, what about 30s, 40s Japan? This is debated by historians too, by the way. I typically say that yes, they were fascist. Other historians disagree. That one is less clear. I think they were fascist. That's my opinion. Okay. We can debate this though, guys. This is like an interesting debate to have. This is very academic. I feel like Wiz, there I disagree. I think there is a distinction with difference. There is a difference there, yeah. For example, guys, there was a famous definition of fascism. Fascism is colonialism turned inwards, right? So fascism is like where, okay, like for example, you know, a lot of times an empire, like, for example, Germany had a concentration camps in Namibia that was going against a quote unquote foreign people before the Nazis took over, right? When that colonialism came home to Germany is when it became fascism. Now, we can nitpick this stuff, but regardless, that's one way you can look at it. There's other things. Okay. Exactly, Outer Signal. Anyway, we can talk more about this later. I don't want to get too much into the academic weeds here. You all know that I studied this shit, so I can talk
Also,
about
I could talk about Japan and whether they're
Yeah.
fascist or not, because you got to look at their past before this. When I say their past, I mean they're relatively, when you look back at Imperial Japan, they're relatively recent past, the previous 100 years. I mean, you could take it all the way back, but it's a unique story.
Yes, but I do agree. Forgive me. Oh yeah, Hiyori, absolutely. There is a very particular time in Japan which you would say is directly fascist. Yeah. Okay.
Mhm.
They absolutely. Okay. Okay. moving on here, guys. Now, this is what Outer Signal was saying. A lot of this fascism, and guys, you know I'm an atheist, right? Yeah, exactly, Paul. Well, not everyone doing bad things are fascist, right?
Mhm.
Here we have the theocratic wave, right? That's so weird, Sylvie. Other people have been saying that too, Sylvie, that YouTube isn't recommending my stream to them. So, uh, religious movements have been heavily contributing to this current rise of fascist movements. So, religious movements, particularly evangelical and Pentecostal churches, have become significant political actors in parts of Latin America. Their expanding social influence has translated into electoral mobilization, their media presence and policy campaigns often aligning with conservative and authoritarian agendas on gender and education. So, yay, guys. Yay. So, here we have an image from Latin America showing how a lot of these groups that brought far right people to power in Latin America were partially driven by the growth of evangelical groups in Latin America, which, by the way, were almost directly from the United States. American evangelicals spreading these very far right evangelical beliefs to these countries ideologically. So religion has also played a role in this internationally. Okay. Evangelicals are driving the far right. That also includes, by the way, in Africa. Okay, if you guys know about how like Africa, a lot of ideas, far right ideas and laws in Africa are heavily pushed by evangelicals and such.
I forgot which country it is in Africa. Maybe you can remember this, but not too long ago, there was a country in Africa that created a law that made being homosexual was a crime that is punishable by death.
Mm-hmm.
And I forgot which country it was, and it was very, very recently in all of our lifetimes. Turns out that
Uganda, Uganda. You're right, Paul.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
It was some evangelicals that were over there pushing that and pushing it and pushing it.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, this is common knowledge. And then they finally got a leader who said, "Yeah, okay, I'll agree with you." And they pushed their belief onto that government.
Yep. So it's weird. It's a weird form of colonial. I mean, it's not weird. That has gone along with colonialism for a long, long time, I guess. Religious ideas kind of coming in with the colonialism. But like I know Nigeria, for example, has a very anti-gay legal law code that was brought there by the British. Okay. Now, that's not to say there isn't homophobia in a lot of places in Africa, but still, right? Okay. Yeah, homophobic laws are very common across Africa. Not all of it is linked to colonialism, but a lot of it is. Okay, a lot of it is linked to Christian ideas, also some Islamic ideas. I got to tell you, in Northern Africa, some of those laws do come from Islamic precedents.
And I'm going to say northeastern, once again, Uganda and Somalia and all that region too.
Yes, yeah, okay.
They'd be influenced by Islam.
Yeah, mm-hmm. Okay, so, religion is causing a lot of this problem, okay? Here is another really interesting part of this article. And again, I recommend you guys go in and read it closer if you're interested. Israel has been signing a lot of pacts with far-right governments, okay? With far-right governments and parties. So there's a list here showing and talking about the links between Israel and far-right parties all across the globe. Which is super interesting to me. And a lot of this has to do with Israel pushing for anti-Muslim and anti-Arab legislation and things like that, trying to raise the specter and fear of Islam and Arabs so that people in these countries will not support the Palestinians and will not support Arab Muslim countries in their efforts against Israel. But I thought this was super interesting. So Israel, particularly under Netanyahu, has built political relationships with far-right parties and leaders internationally in pursuit of diplomatic backing, military cooperation, and protection from accountability for its actions in Palestine. These alliances have included actors with records of anti-Semitism, historical revisionism, or links to fascist traditions. From Europe to the Americas, see here, the Americas and Asia, such partnerships reveal how Israel's geopolitical interests have supplanted its commitments to combating anti-Semitism globally. They have also helped legitimize far-right movements and normalize their participation in mainstream politics. Yet more proof that Israel is one of the most anti-Semitic countries in the world. Okay? Yet more proof. Because they're really expanding the power and influence of far-right movements, okay? Anyway. Correct, Mr. King K. So just something to think about that I thought was super interesting. Big tech.
Oh, God.
Yeah. Over 50% of
Musk.
political content shown to new X users use dehumanizing language, endorsement of violence, or conspiracy theories. 51% of political content endorses far-right conspiracy theories and things like that. And Sky News investigation showed that 9 new X users received twice as much right-wing content as left-wing. So, like, okay, you can see here that, oh, for sure, Jonas, absolutely, okay? Like, who would have thought, guys, that, Elon Musk, Mr. Nazi Salute, and all these groups here are massively helping the growth of the far right with their algorithms. Shocking, right? Okay, absolutely shocking. So, okay. Also, the authoritarian governments have massively increased repression of social movements in these countries. All right. So you have here a map showing how like 30% of far right has risen through repression of social movements, including by liberal governments. So fascism here, repressing tons of social movements, etc. So again, there's a massive amount of repression going on in countries that have fascist or far-right governments, which further makes the fascist ideas stronger, okay? So there's also tons of funding going in by a lot of far-right groups and corporations funding like things about gender and trans people and social problems, trying to demonize these groups. I could go on, right, Meowser? I love how this site's designed. So a lot of this crap is really bad, okay? Also, right-wing billionaires are buying media for influence. All these things combined are like heavily influencing these things, all right? This is why we're seeing a growth of fascist movements, a combination of media control, religious interference, economic struggles, money, okay, flowing into these areas. So it's almost like global capital is trying to, remember in the Epstein files, there's some evidence that he was helping create these networks too. So a lot of this stuff is being, yes, I will send the link to this in the Discord, and this has a lot of good stuff, guys, just to let you know. All right. So there you go. I just thought this was super interesting. Just some thoughts since we talk a lot about fascism. Here you go. Oops. Well, okay. Ignore that last little bit there. I'll submit it again. There we go. All right. For those that are interested, I'll put it in the Discord. Okay. So fascism is having a moment, and a lot of this stuff. Again, though, what does this tell us, folks? It tells us that I'm right about socialism, right? Our need to crack down on the power of capitalist elites and the bourgeois, because a lot of this is being prompted by them. One, they're funding it. Two, they are, Jonas, how dare you, okay? No, he didn't. I said it first. Two, they're funding it. Second of all, their extraction of wealth and their control over the economy and their creation of poverty is opening the door to people being drawn to those ideologies. They are controlling the corporations and media organizations that are pushing the things. They are controlling the algorithms. This fits in perfectly with what we've said about fascism, does it not?
A lot of the wealthy, especially the uber wealthy, like this is showing here, are controlling the narrative.
Yes.
They have the money to do it, and it's, they just saturate. And it's one of those things of, you say it often enough. I think it was Goebbels who said this or something.
Yeah.
Like this. You say an untruth often enough, and people eventually believe it.
Mhm.
And they also justify what they do and their massive accumulation of wealth and screw everybody else. So what if you're starving? It's your fault type of an attitude.
Yeah.
Um, that they're justifying that,
Yeah.
and making up their stories, their narratives to justify it.
Mhm.
Somebody like Elon Musk, my God, I remember reading
I
they
am a bright love.
broke down uh, what he uh, what he earns, and my God, I was amazed at how much more per year a person could make
Mhm.
in general, middle class, lower class, if Musk would just donate even half of his
Yeah,
wealth.
and he's not gonna do that. We need
No,
to take that
he
wealth from
wants
him,
more.
right? I don't think it's I think it's more about we need to tax these people into oblivion,
Right,
right? Because they're not gonna do it themselves. Um,
right.
yeah,
And they control that part of it. Is they control everything. There are
yeah,
some people I've talked to that support
or more than tax. I don't know. Go ahead.
that support Trump and his entourage and his Trump crime syndicate and Elon Musk.
You know it, Paul Squad. Yeah.
And and you know eh, who don't have a whole lot to their name,
Yeah.
and yet they still support them. Well, Musk is right. Well, Trump is right. When are you going? How can you believe people who are millionaires and billionaires who could help you get out of your financial situation
Yeah.
and raise you up without them, meaning like Musk, suffering?
Yep. Mhm.
I mean, what in the hell is going on here? It goes to show you might go, well, a lot of this stuff they're saying is such bullshit. Plenty of people believe it.
Yeah. Yep. So, okay, guys. So I just wanted to share that with you. I thought you'd find it interesting. The great article here. Hello, elevator ladies here. Yay, elevator lady. Glad to see you here, elevator lady. All right. So, okay, let me put up our faces real fast. All right, you guys. So, oh, dad, ew, stop it. You're gross. Okay, anyway. How's everyone doing out there? Everyone doing well? How's everyone doing out there? We good? You got to go up? Okay. So, my dad's going to head out. Thank you, Father, for stopping by. You had some great idea points and shit. Okay.
And thank you guys. Once again, I enjoy this. It gives me hope when I see some of your comments. Actually, all of your comments. Thank
Right?
you.
Absolutely.
And just remember, I only have what is it, 5 years left.
Yeah. Oh, God. Okay. All right. Bye bye, Dad. Thank you for stopping by. Bye bye. Okay. All right. Bye bye, Dad. All right, you guys. Excuse me. Woo. Okay, so in your groove, I know I'm dying here. Bye bye, Dad.
Oh, whoa!
What?
You said you're dying here.
Yeah, I'm choking to death.
Oh. Can I help?
God hates you. All right. All right, you guys. Excuse me. Oh God, I'm dying. All right. Did you see the recent PRRI study? I have not in your groove. I wouldn't be surprised though if 30. Could you send it to me in your groove? That's interesting. We have a new chatter in here. Hello, Kinau. What do you think if the Epstein incident had involved a Muslim? What do you think would have happened? It did involve Muslims. What do you mean, Mr. Kinau? There were some Muslims in the Epstein files, but I'm not sure why. What do you mean by that? There were some at least Muslims by name, right? Like some of the leaders of Qatar, Saudi Arabia, etc., that were in the Epstein files. All right. So, all right. Let's see here. What'd you send me here in your group? Thank you guys for. Thank you guys. I obviously, yeah. I'm glad my dad came by. All right. So let's see what we got here. Mapping Christian nationalism across 50 states. Insights from PRRI's 2025 American Values Atlas. Excuse me. Around 3 in 10 Americans qualify as Christian nationalism. Yeah, he's gone, LaCroix. Okay. That's insane. I mean, I'm not surprised. You guys do know that Christian nationalism is basically a death cult. Monsieur Candy's gives me was that he was trying to sell. I'm sure, Epstein, right? Yeah. Okay. Great. All right. So let me put this up real fast. This is good in your groove. So this just shows, this is a study that in your groove sent us that seems to indicate that something like 1/3 of Americans qualify as Christian nationalism adherents. White evangelical Protestants and Hispanic Protestants are more likely to hold Christian nationalist beliefs. Americans who frequently attend religious services, especially those who are white, are more likely to be Christian nationalists. Oh, shocking. Shocking. That utterly, I would not have been able to guess that in years. Okay, that's a joke, obviously. We're a massively religiously conservative and fundamentalist country. Where'd my face go? So yeah, great. Um, great. And as we saw in that last article, religious fundamentalism causing a lot of problems in the world right now. Oh, everything's terrible, folks. Everything's terrible. All right, that's super interesting. I'll send that to everyone too, guys. Oh, interesting. Sorry, real fast here. Christian nationalism also, majority of Republicans qualify as either Christian nationalist, sympathizers, or adherents. Yeah, in your groove. Hey, Fetty Spaghetti, how you doing? All right. So this is super interesting. Christian nationalist views predominate in the South and Midwest. Here's an interesting one. Support for Christian nationalism is positively associated with lower education levels and older age. AAPI Americans are less likely to be Christian nationalists than other Americans. Oh, Asia and Pacific Islander are less likely. Interesting. Okay. Okay, so that's good news. Love that. We're flush with Christian nationalists. About 1/3 of our country are extremists, are in an extremist death cult. I'm not exaggerating. Christian nationalism is a death cult. Think about it. The whole idea here is that, like, we need to oppress everyone so that we can get to heaven, and we also need to restore the Jews to the Holy Land so that an apocalypse can happen where we all die and go to heaven while everyone else goes to hell. It's kind of creepy. It's kind of creepy. It's kind of creepy that where we live in a country full of death cult. All right. So cool. Love that for us. Good news. Good news everywhere. Okay, guys. Oof. Let's do this. Let's do this. First of all, I am very hot. I am very hot. So I'm gonna take off my sweatshirt. So yes. Here, Paul Squall, you guys can look at the details of that article so that I can if you want to read it. Here it is. Okay, there it is for anyone who's interested. This is what I would like to do. I'm going to take off my shirt. Give me a second. Don't worry. Don't worry. You're not going to see my skin. I know some of you are sensitive to that sort of thing. I'm going to just take it off over here and dress a little sluttier because I'm very hot. Okay. There we go. Okay. Whew. All right. There we go. A little bit sluttier, but hey, it's fine. I'm hot. All right. So I'm very hot. Okay. All right, you guys. So let's watch something together. All right. I thought it'd be kind of fun to. I'm exactly body swap. I'm kind of like Sailor Moon. It's like I'm star power makeup or whatever. Oh, jeez. All right, so I'm gonna eat some nuts too because God, I need some nuts, guys. I really need some nuts. Oops. Okay. So guys, let's watch a video. And because we're talking about fascism, right? Because we're talking about fascism, or we were talking about fascism, I have down here the name of 3 individuals. Okay. Savitri Deva, Robert Shiro, and Miguel Serrano. Has anyone heard of any of these people before? I hope not. Well, some of you may have heard of them. Does anyone know who any of these three people are? Savitri Deva? You know it, LaCroix. I did strip and start putting nuts in my mouth. Absolutely. That sounds like a. That sounds just like a Saturday. Anyway, um, okay. So, all right, kind of in your groove. It is. It is. I think maybe the double triangle. I just tried to choose some sort of weird occult symbol. So, does anyone know about these people? Okay. So there is a weird. So yesterday, guys, someone in our community made a comment over on Discord saying that they learned something about me. I learned something about Casual Revolt. Um, and then people in the chat over there were like, "Oh my god, what is it? What is it?" And then this person didn't tell the community what it was. Okay, and which drove me crazy because I'm like, "You're gonna leave everyone hating like that? It makes it sound like I've done something horrible." And so I found out what the person knew, and then I just posted it in the chat so that everyone could see that it wasn't anything bad. Okay, but this person found some photos of me from like a while ago, when I was in grad school giving a presentation. Um, I know, Meowzord, I know, right? Which was kind of dark to think about. That someone was kind of. I'm not sure how they found that pictures unless they know my name, but anyway, regardless, I was doing a presentation in these photos where I was talking about neo-Nazi movements and fascist movements. Okay, yeah, I know. Look, why? How dare you? And so I wanted to briefly talk to you about something called esoteric Hitlerianism or esoteric fascism. It is a rabbit's hole that is full of weirdness. Okay. You have to understand that after World War II, fascism still existed. There was sort of a fascist diaspora or a Nazi diaspora where Nazis went all over the globe, and people tried to maintain those beliefs. And then there were new beliefs added to it and things like, oh, you know it, Bright Love. And this is some of the weirdest shit you will ever hear. Okay? A Hitlerian esotericism is weird crap. It's so weird. I'm not going to go too deep into it because it's very complicated and confusing, and it doesn't make much sense, and that's the point. So let's start by talking how... Thank you, Outer Signal. Yes, okay. I'm so embarrassed with those photos. No, I probably have goth pics somewhere, but anyway. So, okay. If you want to see it, you can go over to Twitch. You can see it if you want to. I don't care. It's embarrassed. Oh, you're right. It is. Thank you, Doug. I'll fix that. There. Gone. All right. So let's talk about these folks really fast, okay? So here we have Savitri Deva. Now, you have to understand. So she was again, she was French. Let me show you a picture of her. Okay. And the reason I'm showing you this is because there is sort of a link between fascism and Nazism and religiosity. I don't mean like... okay, you will see what I mean. A lot of fascists and Nazis kind of have a spiritualist, pseudo-religious belief in these things that is linked to these weird fascist and Nazi myths. And a lot of people are like, Hitler was an atheist. Okay, yeah, he wasn't really a Christian, but he was very religious, but not in a way that you would recognize, okay? A lot of fascists have this sort of mythological, weird religious beliefs structure, okay? Okay, you know a Bright Love, okay? And people don't realize that because they think that it is like it was a secular thing. No, fascism and Nazism is not secular at all. But it isn't necessarily Christian, and it isn't necessarily any religion you've recognized, and it's different for different people. So, let's talk about Savitri Deva, who was a horrible person, okay? All right? Here we go, Savitri Devi. Now, Savitri Devi was French, was actually French, and she helped the Nazis out during World War II. She spied on the British in India for them, and she became fascinated with Hinduism. And after the war, now again, guys, I'm going to tell you some things that you're going to be like, what? Don't worry, guys, don't worry. It doesn't make sense. Okay, yeah, Bright Love, it doesn't make much sense, but you have to understand. Okay, you have to understand that this is esoteric Hitlerianism. And she stated, because she liked them, Sir Bartholomew, she was a white supremacist. She believed in racial superiority. And so let me explain to you what she believed and what she talked about. Okay. She espoused something called and I know I'm using Wikipedia just to remind myself to say everything. Okay. And I know that I made sure that this stuff was correct, but okay. Um, she basically developed this occult view of Nazism when she wrote a book called The Lightning and the Sun, and they all like books like this, okay, where she really disliked democracy and the current state of what she called Western civilization. And she was a proponent of synthesizing Hinduism and Nazism. She proclaimed that Hitler was an avatar of the Hindu god Vishnu. By the way, she was French. She was not native to the Indian subcontinent. And what's kind of funny is that, she loved Hinduism, but she was clearly ignorant about it because she really misinterpreted a lot of the things that Hinduism believes because she didn't really understand it because she was not from India and she didn't. Okay. So she said that, yeah, okay. She said that Hitler was an avatar of the god Vishnu and she was an early Holocaust denier. Okay. She was also, by the way, an animal rights activist and a vegetarian, which is weird. But she espoused ecologist views in her works. Okay. So she basically believed that, I'm trying to find here. Where is this shit? Okay. I need to find, there's one word, I can't remember how to pronounce it. I need to see it. Okay, she worked for the Nazis, et cetera. Okay, so she actually went to India because she believed that was the origin of the Aryan race, and she went on to say that she believed that what the Nazis needed to implement worldwide was a system like the Hindu caste system, except she wanted it to be done on racial lines. So she believed that the top caste should be the Aryans, and then sub Untermenschen or sub races should be below them, and they should have a caste system like in India based off race. That Hitler was an avatar of the god Vishnu and was a religious figure, and that there was this sort of inner light of from the Aryans, okay, and okay, bunch of weird shit. All right, she just to explain here, a bit of a. I'm trying to find here. She believed that history was like a cyclical with the rise and fall of empires. Okay, I could go on for this. All right, I could go on. Okay, Bright Love. So to be clear, there's a lot I could talk about with her. I don't know where to start. She was weird. Okay, she was very weird, and she kind of developed this pseudo spiritualist view of this. She came up with this idea of a place, this secret place that was in the world where, you know what, we'll just go to the next person, okay? So she made this weird religious hierarchy, and she became very popular amongst the new far right, okay, in America and all around the world, all right? This kind of mixing of Hinduism with these ideas of race and God and Hitler being a god on earth and things like that. Let's go on to the next person, Robert Shiro. All right, this is where it gets weirder. All right, this is weird. Yes, we're going to talk about Bohemian Grove here in a second, Fox Emblem. This is where it gets weirder if it wasn't weird before. Robert Shiro. Okay. So he was okay, here was this is going to get weird. He started adding to this, so he loved her. He loved her. He started adding to this myth the idea that the Aryans were actually ancient aliens, all right? So here we get the ancient aliens folks coming in now, all right? So he was a pioneer of the theory of ancient astronauts, or the idea that aliens came to Earth, all right? And he published a bunch of books about this, where he basically said, okay, I'm trying to find the exact book here. All right. Where he and a bunch of other folks basically said that I'm trying to see here, that Aryans are descended from ancient aliens that came down to Earth, and over time, these the spirits of these ancient aliens, kind of Jonas, were inside the bodies of human beings, and they inhabited the bodies of Aryan human beings. But over time, those Aryans, in their physical form, lost access to that spiritual part of themselves, and they need to be renewed to be reminded that they're not mortal beings, that they're a superior race from a different planet, and that they deserve to dominate all life on the planet. And Hitler, being an avatar of Vishnu, was sort of like the avatar of that. Was sort of like the oh yeah, don't worry guys, was sort of the embodiment of these ancient aliens and the superiority of these ancient aliens, and was sort of like this spiritual force in the world. He also believed that there was a oh, I know, in your groove. He's very popular. He okay. So there was that. So that kind of made things worse. It gets worse here. Uh he also started talking about Atlantis and how these aliens came to Earth to a place called Atlantis, which was this perfect society of these alien Aryans, okay, before they got cut off from their spiritual selves, all right? And also, he also added, by the way, that there was, and that, by the way, um, there was this, oh my God, I'm sorry. I know I'm talking a lot here. There was this place called Hyperborea, which was this nation of perfect alien people somewhere between Iceland and Greenland, and that this had been the home of the Nordic white race, okay, with blonde hair and blue eyes, and it was extraterrestrial in origin, and it dominated the whole world, and this included the Celts, right? Okay, so he came next, right? And started adding these ideas about the ideas to racial castes and Hitler being an avatar of Vishnu. And he also believed, by the way, that the Hindu gods were actually real people that were just aliens on Earth that were being praised as gods. And same thing with the ancient Egyptian gods and things like that. Okay. So, kind of craziness. Lot of craziness. That brings us to the last folk guy who is the most important of all of them, of all of these weirdo, esoteric, Hitlerian thinkers. And that is Miguel Serrano. Okay. This guy was from Chile. You'll notice that these people are from all over the world. All right. And he added on to this. He was an absolute lunatic. He was an open fascist, helped found the Chilean Fascist Party. He believed, okay, all right. He tried to mix Nazism with ritualistic magic and yoga. He presented the Nazi German leader Adolf Hitler as a spiritual being, all right, who would lead humanity out of a dark age called the Kali Yuga, is what he called it. Okay, lead the humanity out of the dark age. And he believed that Hitler had actually secretly survived and was living with an UFO. Okay, I know, I'm not joking here. Living with a hidden UFO in Antarctica. And eventually, this hidden Nazi UFO in Antarctica would break out of the ice and take with it all the Aryans who were actually aliens, allow them to dominate the planet, and eventually bring them back to their home planet. I don't know how to pronounce it, Matt Guy. Okay, so all right, he had some interesting beliefs. Okay, so he believed, of course, that the Jews controlled everything, and that they were sort of the promulgators of the Yuga. Uh, okay, and okay, so again, kind of weird shit. He also believed that he and his group had a were serving what he called the Brahmin elite, which is the name, I believe, of the highest caste in India, who were like the secret progenitors of the Aryans who were secretly controlling things and trying to lead things. Okay, I'm not even going to go into this. It's kind of a waste of time. A lot of these ideas are very prominent on amongst Nazis today. I'm not joking. There are a lot of Nazis out there who believe in the Hyperboreans, who believe in Atlantis, that there is a secret UFO under the ice in Antarctica, that Hitler is like is like an avatar of Vishnu, that the ancient gods that people worshipped were real people that were actually just extraterrestrial aliens that had come to Earth. And a lot of modern day neo-Nazism and neo-fascism, it has a much bigger religious bent, is much more focused on esotericism and religious belief than the original Nazis. That's partially what makes it neo-fascism or neo-Nazism. Okay. And okay, so what I wanted to do, okay, I don't want to go too into this, right? You get the idea. It's crazy, and you can look more into it if you want to. But it's kind of insane, right? And the books that these people wrote, they read like religious texts, and they're kind of well written. I know that sounds dark, but they're kind of I know, wizards, right? It's it's kind of weird. They read like religious texts and they're pretty well written. They kind of remind me of the Bible in that there's a lot of nonsense in there, but if you're, if you read it a certain way, it can be inspiring because you can just lie to yourself and say it's real, kind of like the Bible. So it is a worry of mine that as the world goes down a darker path, more people might be drawn to this weird mystical religion that is empowering for white people. And like, anyway, so just something to think about, kind of weird. What I would like to do, all right, yeah, exactly, Tish. Okay. And do we see how there's also been a lot more focus in the media and in society on like ancient aliens and the idea that there are like aliens that came and built the pyramids and shit, which also, as we know, has some racist connotations, uh, like racist connotations to it, because that implies that black people couldn't have built the pyramids or that like Mayans couldn't have built the pyramids. And you know how that is a pretty popular thing on the right wing, or the idea of aliens. Okay, having and these guy that for that second guy I mentioned was one of the founders of that idea, and he was explicitly a neo-Nazi. Okay, so like it's weird. A lot of this weird esoteric stuff that seems innocent and crazy, like the flat earthers and shit, can partially be linked back to this shit. All right. It's not an exaggeration, by the way, that there's sort of a global neo-Nazi conspiracy spreading these ideas. Okay. Um. All right. Yeah. Okay. So let's watch this video. Okay. I thought it'd be interesting now that I did that.
Real
We could. There are a lot of things that I did not talk about. Yeah. Okay. There are a lot of things I didn't talk about, and I found a great video on YouTube talking about some of these. Um. Every occult Nazi belief. Now, a lot of these were around during the time of Hitler. Some of them were not. Some of them came from after. Notice in this image of Hitler, there is a UFO in the background with a swastika on it. And there's an image of the zodiac in the sky, and they're in Antarctica. Vril energy is, I'll just let them explain it to you, okay? So let's watch this video, and I just want us to talk about some of the weirdness, okay? Some of the weirdness. Because when you're on the internet, you will see people that believe this stuff, but you won't necessarily know it unless you learn about it first. Because a lot of it is hidden in esotericism, like hidden in deep meanings and shit. Okay, so let's listen.
Vril energy is a mystical cosmic force believed to grant superhuman abilities and power advanced technology. This idea originated from the 1871 novel The Coming Race by Edward Bulwer Lytton, allegedly a member of the Hermetic Order of the Golden Dawn, which described a subterranean race called the Vril Ya.
Yeah. There's a by the way, yes, there's a subterranean race. You know what? We don't need to go into this. I don't want to confuse all of you.
These beings wielded a psychic force, Vril, that allowed telepathy, telekinesis, and control over life and death. The novel suggested that
Yep, wizard. Yep, this is exactly where the hollow earth theory comes from.
the Vril Ya, once surface dwellers, evolved into a superior society through Vril's discovery after retreating underground due to a natural disaster. Some occultists interpreted the book as disguised truth, believing Vril to be a real
Oh.
universal life force. By the early 20th century, during a surge in occultism and mysticism, Vril became a popular concept in German esoteric circles. Rumors suggest that a secretive Vril society formed, possibly linked to the inner
Guys, can I just point out, you know how like all those conspiracy theories that the Jews control everything and that the Nazis have? Isn't it funny though how like these are the people that actually have like this global conspiratorial cult that believe this lunatic stuff? Okay. All right.
circle of the Thule Society, an occultist group that influenced Nazi ideology. Figures like Maria Orsic, who apparently founded the Vril Society, were said to claim contact with Aryan aliens through Vril energy. Post-World War II theories allege that Nazi occultists, including Heinrich Himmler and his Ahnenerbe research division,
By the way, this symbol right here is called the Black Sun, and it's considered like the mystical source of Aryan power. This is Vril energy coming out of the Black Sun. And there was a castle in Germany where the SS would hold their initiation ceremonies for new SS officers. And in the center of the floor there is a giant black sun. Okay. Like, so they believed in the Black Sun and stuff. A lot of modern Nazis do too. The Black Sun, the Black Sun. I can even show you guys. Give me a second. I think I've shown you guys this before. Crap, I don't think I can find it, actually. Can I not find it? Ah, damn it. Where did it go? Where did it go? Jesus. Okay, well, I can't find it right now. But, I think I showed you guys before, there is a book that I have that was written by a neo-Nazi, and at the very beginning of the book, there is a giant black sun, right? And I wanted to show it to you guys because, just to show you... Damn it, where did it go? Ah, found it! Found it! Okay, so. All right, I got it. I found it. So here we go. So here we have, this is Imperium by Francis Parker Yockey, which I think I've mentioned before. Where did this go? There it is. So this is Imperium, right? Which is yes, I know I have a copy of it. I got it by tricking. So people here know this story, but when I was in grad school, I got a copy of Imperium, which is by Francis Parker Yockey, who is a neo-Nazi. This is like a Bible for a lot of neo-Nazis, and this is done by a white supremacist neo-Nazi publishing group. So I tricked them by sending them an email basically implying that I believed in what they believed and that I couldn't afford a copy for myself, and they sent one to me for free as one of their comrades, so I didn't actually pay for it. They lost money on it, just to explain that to you all, okay? And in the beginning of this book, there is look right here. What's that? Okay, that's a black sun. And then if you want me to go further, it says here at the beginning of the book, all right, who do we think they're referring to here? When they say, to the hero of the Second World War, who do we think they're referring to? Okay, I think we all know, don't we? I think we all know, all right? I think we all know who they're referring to. Okay, so this is a very big symbol on the far right in these esoteric neo-Nazi circles. Yeah, definitely not FDR, okay? All right. Okay, so let's go on here.
Pursued it to develop superhuman powers,
Wizards.
advanced technology, or even Vril-powered flying saucers. However, no concrete evidence connects the German National Socialists to Vril energy concepts.
No, that was after the war.
Ariosophy, meaning wisdom of the
Okay,
Aryans,
so the next one is
an esoteric ideology developed
Erosophy. I'm sorry, erosophy is what it's called. Okay, I have trouble pronouncing that one.
In Austria by Jörg Lanz von Liebenfels and Guido von List between 1890 and 1930. Apparently, Hitler read Lanz's works in his early years in Austria. Ariosophy blended occultism, racial theories, and Germanic
Yeah,
mysticism,
Tish.
forming a subset of the nationalist Völkische Bewegung. It emphasized Aryan supremacy, runic symbolism, the swastika, and a return to ancient Indo-European religions,
Yeah.
rejecting Christianity as a Semitic imposition. Historian
yeah.
Nicholas
Aw.
Goodrick Clark argued that
By the way, he's a great guy. He's like one of the foremost fascist academics out there, and his expertise is esoteric Hitlerianism and stuff. I met him. He's a really nice guy. You should read his book called Black Suns and Cults. Black Suns and Aryan Cults, I think that's what it's called.
Ariosophy evolved from the traditionalist Völkisch movement. According to him, it
Yep.
associated problems of modernism with the supposed misdeeds of Freemasonry, Kabbalah, and Rosicrucianism to prove the modern world was based on evil principles. Guido
Oh.
von List envisioned an ancient Germanic religion centered on sun worship and a mystical priesthood, which he
See, like, it's hard to keep track of all these things because they don't make sense, and you just kind of got to memorize it if you're studying it. Like, anyway.
believed was suppressed by the Roman Catholic Church. He also claimed that heraldic symbols contained secret runic messages preserving an Aryan heritage. He called it Armanism and heavily relied on mystical interpretations of ancient runes, which later influenced Nazi symbolism, including the
Yeah.
SS insignia.
Right.
While List's Armanism declined under Nazi rule, as esotericism was suppressed, his ideas and symbols, including those of the Ariosophist movement.
And by the way, it is funny because the Nazis actually suppressed esotericism. They didn't like psychics and things like that. They suppressed a lot of that. A lot of people think that the Nazis were all into occultism. They really weren't. They suppressed a lot of it. There was like a few people at the top that were into it, like Heinrich Himmler was really into it, and it kind of annoyed Hitler. But they weren't that much into the occult. They were into like national myths and stuff. This is complicated, but yeah. But of course, after the war, the neo-Nazis and neo-fascists really went into the occult stuff and started doing all these religious rituals and shit like that.
Indirectly influenced early Nazi ideology, while connections to figures like Heinrich Himmler or Karl Wiligut
Yeah.
exist. The broader Ariosophist influence on Nazi ideology remains speculative.
Yeah, it wasn't.
Aryanism is the ideology that claims the Proto-Indo-European Aryan race is distinct, superior, and destined to dominate humanity. Rooted in the racial theories of Arthur de Gobineau and Houston Stewart
Oh my
Chamberlain.
God, I had to read Gobineau. He's insane. Gobineau is basically said that different races are actually different species, essentially, and that each one has different traits and things like that, and there should be no mixing between these species. And he's really gross, okay? And Houston Stewart Chamberlain also really gross. Houston Stewart Chamberlain did a lot of claiming biological differences between different races and stuff. Okay.
It gained peak influence during Nazi Germany. By the late 19th century, writers like Vacher de la Pouche used traits like the head shape to argue that long-headed blonde Nordics were natural leaders destined to rule over short-headed peoples. The German occultist Thule Society.
Oh, that's funny. A Bright Love, you say you have spent a lifetime being a sincere spiritual seeker, and so many theories of belief go back to Nazis. I know! Isn't it crazy, A Bright Love? When I started learning about it, I'm like, oh my God, all this shit goes back to the Nazis. That's one of the reasons why it got me so interested. Yep, Dolly Boy, right, Dolly Boy, right, okay.
Founded in 1917, significantly influenced Nazi ideology, particularly regarding the origins of the Aryan race. They believed in Ultima Thule, a mythical landmass in the far north, possibly near Greenland or Iceland.
Just a reminder, folks, this is the 20th century. And these people believe... Anyway, okay, you know what? Okay.
Which they claimed was the capital of the ancient land Hyperborea. Thule Society member Karl Harrer was also a founding member of the National Socialist German Workers' Party, which would later become Hitler's party. Nazi theorist Hans F.K. Günther later classified Europeans into 5 subtypes, ranking Nordics as the racial elite. His work read...
Guys, all these people are white. I feel like we need some DEI. Like, come on, show us some black folks. Show us some Asian folks. This video is racist. Why are all these people white? Come on, do some inclusion. God, anyway. I'm joking. It's a joke because, okay, anyway.
by Hitler influenced Nazi racial policies. Germans were seen as predominantly Nordic, though Günther warned against mixing German and other
Okay, guys. Wizard, you said you're noticing parallels to Yoon? One of the guys I talked about, earlier, this guy, Serrano, actually met with Yoon. So yeah, Serrano, that Chilean Nazi I talked about, actually met with Yoon. Now I don't know much about how Yoon viewed him. Yoon probably didn't like him, but yeah, some of them were inspired partially by Jungian thought, and Jungian thought. There's some debate behind this. Okay, that's not to. I don't want you guys to think like Yoon means Nazi. No, not at all. But there is a little bit of a relationship, but it's not. It was going one way. It was that guy stealing from Yoon. But anyway.
blood. This led to laws like the 1933 Civil Service Act requiring civil servants to prove Aryan ancestry, and the Nuremberg Laws of 1935, which defined acceptable racial backgrounds. Heinrich Himmler even sent expeditions to Tibet to
this was the most
find
influential
evidence
ideology
of
was the
Aryan
Aryanism.
origins and mystical wisdom, believing the region held secrets to the supposed
That, by the way,
master
is what Indiana Jones is based off of. Nazis did go to like Tibet and things like that, trying to find ancient artifacts that would bring them power and shit like that, and like mystical esoteric knowledge. That was under the auspices of Heinrich Himmler. Hitler didn't really like it too much, but okay. There are, by the way, some far-right Hindu folks in India today that believe that Hitler actually came to India and that Hitler declared that the Indian people, that Hindus are the mystical Aryan race and that they're superior. I actually met one of my students actually had been told that by his parents. It wasn't his fault, but so anyway, there's some Hindutva people, by the way. We did a presentation on Hindutva, some of Modi's party, his big movement over there in India, who believe that and have links to Nazism and things like that.
The Nazi scientists collected specimens and measured skulls to define racial backgrounds, claiming the local population were Aryans. Himmler aimed to justify his obsession with racial purity through such expeditions. Later, debates arose over Aryan status within the Axis, with Hitler favoring northern Italians as more Aryan than southern ones.
It's so
Mussolini
stupid.
referred to Italians as a Mediterranean branch of the Aryan race. The world ice theory, or Welteislehre, is a long discredited cosmological idea cooked up by Austrian engineer Hans Hörbiger. It claims that ice is the fundamental cosmic substance, and everything, moons, planets, and even the global ether,
all made of
was made of ice. The theory proposed that the solar system formed when a massive star collided with a smaller, water-filled one. The impact triggered an explosion, scattering
How do you have a water-filled star?
Icy fragments into space. Those frozen blocks formed the Milky Way and various solar systems. Hörbiger even blamed the destruction of earlier ice moons for
I know, Dolly Boy. Guys, I know this is crazy, and it's like, why are we watching this? Please please bear with me, okay? Please let me share with you the horror that I had to read about and learn about and do research on. The stupidity of it all, okay? Do we think if a planet is ice like Mercury or whatever, which is like right close to the moon, I mean, right close to the sun, why hasn't that melted if it's ice? Like, this is also stupid. Why would we even... Okay.
Events like the Great Flood. This idea was popular among certain Nazi elites, including Hitler and Himmler, who latched onto it as a Germanic alternative to conventional science, which they derided as Jewish or overly rational. Philosopher Houston Stewart Chamberlain, an influential figure in early Nazi ideology, also championed this theory and made it the cosmological dogma during the Third Reich. The SS even funded research into WEL applications. Despite being framed as an Aryan concept, a few Jewish intellectuals supported the theory. Artifacts of power.
Oh god, here we go. Here's the Indiana Jones shit. Remember what I said, though, guys? Nazism, fundamentally, like fascism, is irrationalist. It doesn't like rationalism. It doesn't like scientific rationalism. It is about Feelings, 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 aesthetic rationalism. What makes you feel good? What makes you feel better, right? And it certainly would make a lot of Germans feel better to think that they're descended from like these special alien powerful people, that they're a special little their daddy's little boy, little girl, excuse me. They're special. They're Aryan, therefore they're superior, especially after losing a war and stuff. This is all about emotion, and trying to justify that emotion with insane nonsense. Okay, and as I've said before, die Welt ist meine Vorstellung. However I view the world is how it is. It doesn't matter what reality is, according to the Nazis, which was kind of a common idea in Germany at the time. So, and think about modern day. Like, come on. A lot of MAGA people are the same way, right? Yeah. They're influenced by propaganda, but a lot of them have this fundamental idea of aesthetic rationalism. Scary brown people everywhere. I'm so scared. Get rid of the brown people, scary trans people. You can then tell them facts that show that their fear is unjustified, but it doesn't matter, does it? They just don't like the scary brown people, and they like feeling like they're superior and better. So Trump and his cronies are constantly telling them, "You're American, you're superior. We're making America great again. We're better than everyone else. You don't have to feel sidelined. You don't have to feel like you're inferior." And this also happened after America has lost multiple wars, after Vietnam, after Iraq, after Afghanistan. For a lot of older folks, there's this sense of American decline, and they want to feel good inside, right? So they invent these ideas of other people being inferior to them and them being superior, right? Okay.
Thing for mystical artifacts, believing they could both legitimize their rule and harness mystical powers. Two big obsessions were the Spear of Destiny and the Holy Grail, which became central to the occult-fueled ideologies. The Spear of
Jesus.
Destiny, supposedly the spear that pierced Christ's side, was wrapped in legend as the key to controlling the world's fate. Figures like Constantine and Charlemagne were said to have wielded it, and Hitler was captivated by its supposed power. After invading Austria in 1938, Hitler seized the spear from Vienna's Hofburg Museum.
That helped.
Himmler even kept a
Look at how much did that spear help him against the Soviets? No, it was fascist, Sir Bartholomew. It was the fascists who believed this stuff. It was not the Soviets. The Soviets had some weird beliefs. I got to tell you, like Lysenkoism. They had this weird Marxist idea of evolution that like plants had to do a class struggle for survival and shit, which was problematic. They had some wacky beliefs too, but not at this level, and they didn't believe this stuff. Okay.
Replica for himself in his private room. The original was later buried under Nuremberg Fortress, found just as Hitler met his end. The Holy Grail obsession was equally dramatic. This legendary cup, supposedly used by Jesus at the Last Supper and later by Joseph of Arimathea to catch Christ's blood, became a focal point for Nazi occultism thanks to German writer Otto Rahn. Rahn's books linked the Grail to Germanic paganism, the Templars and the Cathars, framing it as a lost Aryan treasure suppressed by Christianity.
All this stuff is insane.
Himmler, inspired by this vision, saw himself as a modern-day knight and funded Rahn's fruitless Grail searches. While no magical cup was ever found, the quest solidified the Grail's place in Nazi mysticism. Ley lines and sacred geography.
Oh no, okay.
The Nazis were obsessed with ley lines. Imaginary power lines that supposedly connected ancient monuments like Stonehenge or the pyramids of Giza. Like a mystical version of the Earth's grid, believed to carry some kind of energy that ancient civilizations knew about.
This is not a joke, okay? That is a common belief amongst right-wing conspiracy theorists today. And most of them don't even know it's a Nazi belief. Remember we watched that documentary that was talking about how is it that the pyramids are perfectly aligned to be north, south, east, west, perfectly. And that goes back to key lines in sacred geometry. There was also a crap article that came out recently claiming that the pyramids are a power source, and that beneath the pyramids, there's like these power generating pillars. And some people took it seriously. But that is exactly what these guys think, that these sites were like a power source. So a lot of these ideas, I know it sounds crazy, I know I sound crazy, are leaking into mainstream thought. I know that's crazy, but I see it everywhere, and I'm going to lose my mind. Because to us, this sounds insane, but these beliefs are being normalized. even like the Ancient Aliens show on the History Channel, which a lot of people believe in. Okay, like okay, yeah, in your groove, power generating crystals, they vibrate with the ley lines. Look it up exactly like this. Mm, like you have to understand, right? Like I don't want you to. And here's the thing: it's innocent in that a lot of the people that believe this don't don't like have ideas of any of the Nazi stuff. But it's messed up, right? It's messed up and it enables beliefs of things like this later. All right. Okay. Jesus. uh
Are you unemployed?
oops, I clicked the wrong button.
Well,
here.
I sure.
Shit.
Real energy. Instead, supposedly connected ancient
Jesus.
monuments like Stonehenge or the pyramids of Giza, like a mystical version of the Earth's grid, believed to carry some kind of energy that ancient civilizations knew about. German archaeologist Wilhelm Teut popularized the idea in Germany, calling them holy lines, and argued they had religious and astronomical importance. Himmler and the German research division Ahnenerbe took this to the next level, mapping out these so-called energy
Yeah, in your
highways for
groove.
Europe and linking them to Germanic sacred sites like the Externsteine, Wewelsburg Castle, and
Of
even the
course.
Kyffhäuser monument, which tied into Aryan and Teutonic legends. Himmler was convinced these locations held ancient Aryan spiritual power and could be harnessed to strengthen the SS and the Nazi regime. They even
There you
employed
go, Dolly Boy. They should have been more worried. They were worried about the wrong lines. They should have been more worried about their defensive lines. That's for sure, Dolly Boy.
Ludwig Straniak, a pendulum dowser who used his gift to find mystical earth currents on maps.
Great, guys. So he used the little pendulum to be like, ooh, where are we going to, let's go find the mystical earth current.
Rituals and ceremonies were held at these sites in the hope of tapping into this supposed energy grid. Wotanism. The Nazis, particularly within the SS and the Ahnenerbe organizations, sought to revive Germanic paganism as a replacement for Christianity, which they viewed as a foreign, weak religion that clashed with their
They believed it was a Jewish thing, right?
vision of Aryan strength and purity. This
Yeah, in
push
your
for
groove.
pagan revival wasn't universally embraced.
Wizard, oh my God, you're so right. Wizard says the further we get into this video, I'm realizing how the lizard people and other anti-Semitic conspiracy theories are older than you realized. Yeah. And I got to tell you, a lot of them do go back to the Nazis or even before the Nazis. And then there's just new iterations of them that people believe. Okay. All right. Like it's, as Bright Love, who said that, Bright Love said that she studied, is that the right pronouns for Bright Love? I always forget Bright Love, regardless, studied. Like a lot of these stuff go back to Nazis, which is really weird.
Across the Nazi leadership, but figures like Heinrich Himmler, again, were deeply invested in dismantling Christian traditions and replacing them with a religion rooted
I wish I had a way of seeing people's pronouns up here. I try to just use your names because I never know what anyone's pronouns are, okay?
in ancient Germanic mythology and Nazi ideology. Wotanism, a revival of beliefs centered around the Germanic god Wotan or Wodanas, was at the heart of this effort. Himmler and others promoted Wotan as the archetypal Aryan leader, a god of war, wisdom and power. The Nazis sought to tie the German people to a mystic past of warrior tribes by incorporating pagan rituals.
Yeah, and that's the weird thing, LaQual. Like, there are legitimate guys, pagans around today, who do believe in these things and worship these things, and they're perfectly innocent, good people, right? We actually have one in our community, but there are a lot of Nazis and right-wingers who have ruined it for people who legitimately have pagan beliefs and things like that. Like, okay, is there wisdom? I need to figure it out. I need to find out because okay, I'll figure out how to do the pronoun display thing. Regardless, like it has ruined it for people who legitimately believe in these things. Okay, all right. Dolly boy, good boy, Dolly boy. Thank you, JDH. Thank you very much, JDH, for the contribution.
Into their ideology. Christian holidays were rebranded, with winter solstice replacing Christmas and Germanic naming ceremonies
Cody, you said it. I didn't, but you said it, all right?
replacing baptisms. The SS even integrated runic symbols and Norse mythology.
God, they're such LARPers, aren't they? They're such LARPers. Oh, they're such LARPers.
Into their rituals, from their uniforms to their ceremonies.
Like, if D&D had been around at the time, you know that, but like, I like D&D. I don't mean to demonize people with DME. Okay, it is a Sir Bartholomew. It's just that a lot of these neo-Nazi groups are trying to take stuff from the Nordic, at least imagery from it. Okay,
These
pagans, yeah,
weren't even allowed in the SS, while Hitler himself was more pragmatic and hesitant
yeah,
about
exactly.
outright religious conflict. Key figures like Himmler, Alfred Rosenberg, and Martin Bormann were openly hostile to Christianity. Their long-term goal was to erase it entirely and replace it with a blend of Germanic paganism and mythology. The
Ugh.
hollow Earth theory suggests
Oh
that
God.
Earth is either entirely hollow or
Right,
contains a
Louise.
large
Say like
interior
D&D.
space. First
I
proposed
love
by
D&D. I
Edmund
was gonna say like
Halley in
these
the
guys
late
would definitely like maybe
17th
they wouldn't have
century, the
decided to
concept
try to
gained more
exterminate all these
traction in
people if they had just played
1818
D&D
when John
instead.
Simmons
Like
Jr.
maybe if
proposed
they
that
just had an
Earth had
outlet
a
other
hollow
than if
shell
they just
about
could do their
1,300
LARPing in like a
kilometers
fun
thick
form rather
with
than world
large
conquest
polar
and shit.
openings and multiple inner shells. Simmons even advocated for an expedition to the North
There you go, Sir
Pole to
Bartholomew.
explore these openings.
Okay, yeah, the
William
hollow Earth theory
Fairfield
is like
Warren
this is
later
insane.
tied this theory
Have you
to
guys have heard the hollow Earth theory, right? It's complete batshit insanity. That goes back to the Nazis.
human origins,
And
claiming
even
that
before them.
humanity originated from a lost Arctic continent called Hyperborea,
Oh, wizards, I know. The different racial classifications and stuff for sure.
influencing some early Hollow Earth supporters. The theory also connects with the real energy idea we already discussed and the myth of Agartha, a legendary underground kingdom. The connection between the
You guys,
Hollow
it sounds
Earth
like a
theory
goddamn
and
fantasy
Nazis
book.
surfaced post-World War II.
Agartha, right? Let's go to Agartha. You know, let's go to Agartha, which is in Hyperborea, and like these guys. All right,
Fueled by speculative books like
There
The
you go.
Warning of the Magicians. Claims that some Nazis, including Himmler, believed in the Hollow Earth or that it housed advanced civilizations, especially.
look at this. See these are UFOs. I know you can barely see it on the right side of the screen. UFOs going into a hole in Antarctica because that's where they're hiding out, guys. They're Nazi UFOs hiding out in Antarctica.
The Aryans persist, but there is no proof that they had this belief.
Yeah.
The idea is often linked to myths about secret Nazi bases, particularly in Antarctica. The SS ceremonies. Himmler crafted specific SS rituals as tools to reinforce a cult-like identity. SS
Yeah, hey, you know, Lacroix, that's one argument. That's one argument that some Nazis has made is that those UFOs are actually on the dark side of the moon. They're not even. You're not even wrong. Okay, they're like maybe they aren't actually in Antarctica. I think they're on the dark side of the moon. So yeah, legitimate critique there, Lacroix. Legitimate critique. That is one other avenue of possibility for the Nazis.
recruits underwent torchlit initiation rituals
Yep.
designed to sever ties with their past lives and bind them to the SS as a new family. Oaths of loyalty to Hitler were taken surrounded by Germanic
Bartholomew.
runes. Himmler framed these ceremonies as a rebirth to connect with mythical Aryan ancestors. At the heart of this vision was Wewelsburg Castle near Paderborn,
Yeah, that's where
which
the
Himmler
Black Sun
reimagined
is.
as a Nazi Camelot. With its crypt-like Hall of the Dead at the center, this ceremonial room
But guys,
housed 12
how do I say this? This is really useful. Okay, like think about it. You know, if people in a society feel alienated from their society, if they feel like they're not connected to the society, having these rituals, if you think if you made up a bunch of bullshit, you'd make your lord. I agree, Meowser, right? If you have rituals like this, it can because every society on Earth does rituals. I don't want to say the Nazis were clever. That's not what I'm not going to try. I'm not trying to say that, but this was a tool that worked. I should put it that way, okay? And that having this ritualized approach to these things really builds camaraderie. It builds this feeling of connection amongst people. And of course, it was turned to for the benefit of the state. But these mass public rituals that the Nazis did, these mass displays of loyalty to Hitler when he would give a speech and stuff, it kind of has an aesthetic property that is almost like a religious experience that makes people feel connected to each other. And that's what frightens me, guys. That's why a lot of this religious stuff frightens me. The tools of religion, which are things like ritual, dogma, things like that, can be an opiate for the masses. It can be a way of making people feel things that aren't real that can be really powerful. Like what the Nazis did here, having all these grand rooms for these rituals and shit like that. It's all a bunch of bullshit, but human beings aren't that bright, okay? You see what I mean? So, okay. And that's one thing I will say, I don't does MAGA or have any of these sort of ritualistic things? I don't think they do as much, except for, like, Trump rallies. One of the things that I think is at least maybe there are some ritualistic things that MAGA folks do. Um, so you see what I mean? Like, there might be some ritualistic things, but I don't think there's as much of that in modern America. Maybe not. I could be wrong. Did anyone have any examples of where we might see something like that?
Plinths for urns of Himmler's
I mean, I guess they just go to church because a lot of them are evangelical, so they still have those rituals.
inner circle,
There you go,
symbolizing a
wizard.
twisted Aryan Valhalla. The SS hierarchy used the space for round-table discussions inspired by Arthurian legends. Himmler's
God,
obsession
they're
with
such
reviving
LARPs. Okay.
authentic Germanic spirituality, how he called it, extended to solstice festivals, where SS officers and their families lit bonfires to honor the sun's energy and Aryan fertility. These
There you go,
events
Sir Bartholomew.
included chants, hymns, and pagan rituals
There you go, Outer Signal. Watching Fox News Daily could be sort of a ritual. Dunking on woke, yeah.
designed to replace Christian holidays with what Himmler considered a purer Aryan tradition. SS marriage and birth ceremonies abandoned Christian traditions, replacing them with pagan symbols and Aryan blessings. Weddings featured runes, the Black Sun or SS flags, while births
Ew.
were marked with rituals involving SS daggers as symbols of Aryan lineage. Moreover, in seance-like ancestor communion rituals, Himmler and others meditated in
Insane.
rune-filled candlelit rooms, claiming to draw strength
sounds
and
gay.
guidance from mythical Germanic warriors.
Yeah, you're right, in your group. They have
Astrology and
tithing,
divination.
donating to Trump
Under
PACs. That's
Himmler's
true.
direction, the SS established dedicated units for supernatural intelligence gathering. The
Oh
most
my God, I forgot about that. That they did have like this is the irrationalism, right? They're trying to fight a war on like three fronts, and then they use some of the resources to have supernatural intelligence gathering operations. Okay. Ugh.
notable one was the Pendulum Institute, where operators would swing pendulums over maps, claiming they could detect enemy
Shocking
ships,
they lost the war.
submarines, and troop movements through electromagnetic energy patterns. This practice was institutionalized enough to generate official military reports and receive significant funding. Astrological
Dolly Boy.
operations were a little bit more complex. While Hitler himself was skeptical, other leaders like Rudolf Hess and Himmler
Yeah.
embraced it. The Nazi
Speaking about phrenology, Rudolf Hess's phrenology gives away immediately his intelligence level, I think.
Intelligence Service and the Ministry of Propaganda employed astrologers like Karl Ernst Kraft to analyze Allied leaders' horoscopes, particularly Churchill's.
Oh, God.
Kraft also claimed to have predicted the 1939 assassination attempt on Hitler, earning him a
That's
brief
funny.
role as an occult advisor. Joseph Goebbels took a pragmatic approach, using astrology as a propaganda
Yeah,
tool
golly
for his
boy.
ministry. He
Yep.
would distribute favorable astrological predictions in occupied territories.
So basically, he was just a normal astrologist. That's what astrologists do. They distribute things that make you feel good, and that could apply to anyone.
while suppressing negative ones. They even created fake zodiac interpretations suggesting German victory
Yeah, they
was
did, Dolly Boy.
cosmically ordained. After Rudolf Hess flew to Scotland in 1941 to
There,
talk
look at that phrenology over there. See, I'm sorry. I know I don't actually believe in phrenology, folks. I'm making fun. I'm reversing what they believed against them. Okay, like that head, just the shape of it, the brow. I mean, come on, come on. Yeah, like absolute caveman. There, definitely inferior. So much for Aryan Supermen. Okay, Jester, how dare you?
peace, reportedly influenced by astrological advice, Hitler cracked down on public astrology.
Okay, there you go. So I just wanted you guys to know that
Behind
because
this door,
like I
through-
feel like if more people knew a lot of the weird shit behind Nazism, like it's kind of a turnoff. I got to tell you, it's kind of a turnoff when you start hearing about. I mean, if it wasn't already a turnoff, folks, really a big turnoff when you start hearing about this loony shit, right? Okay. How dare you ask my sign in Jester? I'm a Capricorn, but the zodiac is bullshit. And you know what people are gonna say about that? What I hate when people ask my astrological sign and then I say I'm a Capricorn. What do you think the response that I get that makes me want to lose my mind? What response do you think I get when I say that will make me want to lose my mind? Okay. Uh, really, that's really, okay. Exactly, Meowsord. When people, oh my God, when people say to me, when I say I don't believe in the zodiac, I don't think it's real. People are always like, that's such a Capricorn thing to say, and I'm like, oh my God, these people. All right, guys, it's okay though if you like the zodiac. I'm just saying, we all know it's not real though, right? Like, we all, and by the way, I'm not just saying that. There have been multiple studies on it that show that it is completely not real, okay? I mean, obviously, I don't know if you know there you go, Wiz. Exactly, Wiz. But that's the thing, it doesn't matter. You could be any of the signs, and they'll be like, oh, that's because they don't like that you don't believe. They'll be like, oh, that's such a Scorpio thing to say. Oh, that's such a Gemini thing. It's all made up, folks. It's all made up. It's all made up. It's not real. It's not real. Okay. There you go. Yeah, Meowsord. Oh my God, you're right. I should say I'm a Scorpio first so that they say, wow, that makes so much sense. And then you can be like, I'm lying. I'm actually a Capricorn. And then they'll probably be like, oh, well, that makes sense too. Because anyone, okay. Um, yeah, it is weird outer signal. Yes, wizard. So modern Nazis, a lot of them still are into zodiac. This is a weird folks, like, but a lot of liberals are into the zodiac. There's been studies on this. A lot of liberals, kind of like new age liberal types, are into the zodiac and into like alternative medicine and shit. It's the zodiac is partly a left wing thing too. I mean, by left wing, I mean liberal. Um, so like, it's just it's one of those weird things that I don't know. I just can't. What I don't care if people enjoy doing it. I don't. What I do care about is when people make money off doing it by selling, selling this shit to people and presenting it as like something that's real. Um, Everyone deems Scorpios as like these effing stoic psychopath sex demons. What does that mean? You see what I mean, though, Cody? Isn't that a contradiction? How can you be stoic and a sex demon? Like all of these. Okay. Uh, I got you, Ingester. I know you were gonna make up something. Okay, you're a Khajiit, Meowsord. It's just like it's so dumb. I don't know. I'm sorry, guys. If you believe, and please, more power to you. Just know there have been multiple studies that show. There was like, for example, one study that was done. I'm gonna put my face up here before we go on to the next thing here. I'm gonna put my face up. So there was one study that was done where they took a classroom full of people, um, and the professor or the scientist passed out. Where'd I put that shit? There it is. Passed out a horoscope to everyone in the classroom. And unbeknownst to the people in the classroom, the horoscope that this person passed out was the same for every single person. Okay? So it was the same goddamn reading for every single person. And when when people in the room were asked whether their horoscope matched them, and it was the same for every person, everyone raised their hand and said yes. And they said, and then when they revealed, oh, by the way, they're the same for everyone. You see my point? Like, they are written in a way that it could apply to anyone, right? That's the whole point of a horoscope. Let's look up a horoscope. Why not? Real fast. Let's look up a Capricorn horoscope, just for shits and giggles. Capricorn horoscope. See, it's so annoying, Jonas. I hate that. Like, here. Okay, guys, here we go. Here we go. Oh my God. Here we have. I'm not even going to show you the site. Look, okay. So Capricorns are Jesus. I'm trying to find it. Where is it? Where'd it go? Where did this shit go? I just lost. Damn it, it disappeared on me. Where'd it go? Let's just read it. Okay, here's a horoscope. No, that's not a horoscope. That's a personality descriptor. Capricorn daily horoscope, all right? Here we go. A kind gesture or communication from a friend or acquaintance can touch you today, dear Capricorn. As if no one would be touched by a kind communication from a friend. Anyway, while you should watch for self-deceit, as in be careful, don't lie to yourself, as there's a tendency to gloss over things, it can be good creative day for communicating and learning. Oh, can it? Can it be a good day for that? All right. It may not be the best day for attention to detail, but it can be strong, and it may not be the best day, right? It may not be the best day. All right. It may not be, okay, but it can be strong for taking an unusual approach to absorbing and sharing information, whatever that means. Be gentle with yourself and your activities and projects for the best results. Still, today's moon encourages you to put things in order and attend to your duties or practical affairs. Really? Huh. I should be attending to my duties and practical affairs? A shocking revelation. Oh, so shocking to me. You guys get the point here, right? Okay, you guys get the point. All right, so this is what I'm going to do, folks. I got to pee. I'll be right back. Just don't, just ignore the horoscope shit. Exactly, Jonas. Okay, I'm going to, yeah, exactly. Yeah, exactly, wizard. All right. I'm right, Matt Saga. I'm sure you're big into astrology, right? Okay, guys, give me a second. I'll be right back. Give me 1 second. 1 sec.
Yeah, some people like me are just destined to fuck up everything that we mess with. If I was made as a joke, I don't get it. Missed the call, but I guess I got the message. Usually I fall too hard, I'm addicted to pain. And if the world's on fire, I'll be swimming in flames, yeah. Cause I'm too impatient to wait for change. I know I'm far from perfect, oh yeah. But I know I can make it work, I know I can make it work. I'm crazy, everybody knows my name, but I don't even know my name. Going insane, putting heavy on my brain, but I don't even know my name. It's a story about a ID crisis. Used to think my only future was the night shift. Brain on ADHD, autopilot. And through it all somehow I kept smiling. I can never find the right words to say. Only a handful of family ever sees my face. But I'm only human, don't we all make mistakes? I'm drowning in my head again, and my thoughts don't want me to win. They show compassion made of plastic, and I don't wanna be another tragedy, but I'd rather be dead than a skeleton dreaming about the things that he couldn't be. Cause I'm too impatient to wait for dreams.
All right. Hi guys, I'm back. So, all right. I haven't actually done a self promotion yet. Let me do a little bit of self promotion here. Um, First of all, if you like my content, you become a member on YouTube for as little as about $1 a month. You can, if you do that, you get access to a cute little jester hat next to your name and access to members only emojis you can use in the YouTube chat. This empty chair next to me is giving off Charlie Kirk. I'm gonna move that shit. Move that shit. Charlie Kirk wasn't invited today. Not that he ever shows up anyway for some reason. Okay. So you can become a member for as little as help support me. Help support me. Please help support me. Sir Bartholomew, I'm gonna come after you, Sir Bartholomew. Okay. I don't like your content, Matt Side Guy. Okay. So anyway, so please do that. If you're over on Twitch, you can become a subscriber for free using Amazon Prime. Also follow me if you aren't already. Please follow me. Please follow me. please, God help me. Follow me. Subscribe to me. Thank you. Thank you for that. Okay. And then you can also, and then you don't have to see ads over there on Twitch. I love it. We have about like 230 some followers over there or whatever. I think something like that. And apparently I'm close to being in the top like 1% of Twitch streamers just because I'm almost to an average of 20 viewers a stream, almost, which still isn't great, but you know, compared to most people who don't have any followers. But anyway, so please do that if you want to help support me. You can also send contributions over on Twitch, sending me bits. Okay, send me bits. Or over on YouTube, you can send me a what are they called? Super chats. Okay, super chats on bits. Is that everything? Did I say everything? Oh yes, join our Discord. Our Discord is linked at the top of both the Twitch chat and the YouTube chat. We have a great, fast-growing Discord community. Thank you very much, Marzipan. Okay. Outer Signal, yes, Outer Signal, kind of, but at the same time, I don't really care where you watch, okay? I think it's better over on Twitch just because there's more things you can do, but it's up to you really. I do think that I don't know where there's more ads, but if you're over on Twitch, you don't get ads if you're subscribed. I don't know if that convinces anyone. Okay. All right, you guys. Let me hand out some boops here. Excellent. Wow, that was magical, Outer Signal. You must be a Scorpio, Outer Signal. Anyway, let me do some boops here. Outer Signal gets a boop. Boop. Retro Astro gets a boop. Boop. Cody gets a boop. Boop. LaCroix gets a boop. Boop. Sir Bartholomew gets a birthday boop. 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 You get a second one. Matt Saigai gets a boop. Boop. Okay. Outer Signal. Paul Squaw gets a boop. Boop. There you go, Paul Squaw, right? Alyssa gets a boop if she's there. Boop. Ninjester gets a boop. Boop. Body Swap gets a boop. Boop. J-Mac gets a boop. Boop. Oh, thank you so much. Drusella, get back here. Boop. Boop, boop. You got a boop even though you ran away, Drusella. That was a non-consensual boop. Hello, Mr. King K. You get a boop. Boop. I'm never done peeing. I'm always expelling crap from my body. I do not want my palm red, Matt Saga. I do not want my palm red, okay? Tisha gets a boop. Boop. Anyone else want a boop? Meowser gets a boop, whether he wants it or not. Boop. Anyone, did I miss anyone here? Did I miss anyone? Did I miss anyone that wants a boop? Any other boops? Any other boops? You know what, Meow? Sir Bartholomew, I swear to God, Sir Bartholomew. Bromp! I took away one of your boops, Sir Bartholomew. I don't care if it's your birthday, all right? You're so kind, LaCroix, for gifting Outer Signal that. That's very nice of you. What about future predictions? They don't exist, Matt Saigai. No one can predict the future, all right? We can make probability statements, I guess, kind of. Me, but I don't need a boop. Louise! I'm going to give you a boop anyway. Boop. Okay, Pizza gets a boop. Boop. Another boop, please, to become a boop billionaire. There you go. You always know I'll give you extra boops. Body Swap. Boop. All right. Louise. Okay. So some other shit, guys. Some other shit to do. You disgust me, J-Mac. You disgust me. So, what was I gonna say? I don't know. I lost my train of thought. Okay, so let's talk. Remember, guys. Also, remember, I will be streaming a second time today. I will be streaming at 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, and I will be in full jester gear. Okay, Mayflower Kid is here. Hey, I love Mayflower Kid. Mayflower Kid, you get a boop, boop. All right. So, I'm trying to curse less, Mayflower Kid. So if people have kids around, they don't have to hear my vile mouth. Okay. Yes, we're gonna have an after dark stream, guys. It's not. It won't be a real after dark stream. It'll be literally like a several-hour stream of us watching Donald Trump give his speech, and I'm gonna be in full jester regalia, like wearing the makeup and everything. So please come to that. It'll start at 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Maybe we'll do a bingo. I'll set up a bingo card so we can play bingo to see if you know what Trump says. So if you're curious to engage in the torture, maybe I'll even drink something just to help me get through it. All right. Okay. So we have some other things we could watch here. Something else I wanted to show you all. Okay. Let's see. All right. I'm just like flashing my armpits to all of you. Gross. Oh, you know what? Dex, you get a boop. Boop. Dex Stewart's often in the background. Love having you here, Dex. I know you're there. Okay, let's see what else we got. So we've talked about some interesting stuff. Now, what I wanted to do, the last thing I was hoping to talk about today, in regards to, oh God, Drizilla. Okay, in regards to, show more pit, right? Okay. What Matt Saiga? What's wrong with you? How dare you? Okay. By the way, Outer Signal, I need to talk to you about something. Someone sent me a theme song for my streams. There you go, Matt. Yeah, it's okay. Someone sent me a theme song for my streams, and I would love to take a part of the video, the waiting video you sent me, and then add that song to it so that I can have like an intro video. Well, I'll talk to you about it at some point. It won't require much at all, apart from you maybe sending to me the original or whatever. But anyway, okay. So let's watch this. Have we learned before about the Bohemian Grove? Okay. Learned before about the Bohemian Grove. Who here has heard of the Bohemian Grove? We're kind of on a weird occult shit today. Okay, occult secret society binge today. And okay, LaCroix, weirdly enough, this is one of the things that Alex Jones talks about. Well, let's put it this way. He's wrong about what it is, like, but it is a real thing. So this is to make it clear, because when I've talked to people about this before, they'll think I'm talking about some conspiracy nonsense. This is more perfect union. Okay, this is not a conspiracy. This is talked about by sociologists. There is a place in California called the Bohemian Grove where a lot of elite and powerful people go, and they engage in like weird rituals and shit. No, it is not like the Illuminati or some shit. It's like a private club for wealthy and powerful people, okay? And it's a real place. There's actually been sociologists that have gotten inside of it, and they do all these things. There's no magic involved. There's people who say, like, it's sorcery, they're using witchcraft to control us, and, no, okay? But it is a way of building class solidarity amongst wealthy and powerful people. All right. So they all know each other because they go to these meetings at Bohemian Grove together. They do these rituals that sort of cement class solidarity. Yeah, it's like the Masons, Freemasons, where it is mostly frat boy stuff and boring intention magic. Exactly. And I know that sounds weird, but of course, you can understand this causes a lot of conspiracy theories. But it's pretty dark. And I mean that because it is like a place where people with power meet and they talk about things together, probably at our expense. So this is a yeah, kind of BKE. Welcome BKE. It's kind of a it's a way for old men to get away from their wives and go do gay stuff. Oh, almost certainly. Okay. Okay, right, guys. Okay. So and again, guys, this is like this is a real thing, okay? And it is a problem because it shows that they develop a lot of class solidarity and they know each other. Okay. So let's watch this. This is a more perfect union video about the Bohemian Grove, what it means, and things like that. Okay, so let's watch it and let's talk about it. It's a very interesting thing, and it's creepy, but it's real.
Door. Through this gate and under these trees,
the drone wasn't able to fly where we wanted it to go.
It keeps dropping signal.
There is a real and actual secret society. A group of the most powerful, wealthy men in the world, going back over a century. The Bohemian Club is an invite-only, men-only social club in San
Yeah, men only too, by the way. So you can imagine a lot of this shit is very misogynistic, very good old boys club type shit.
Francisco that's long been the center of conspiracy theory.
Have you been there for the ceremony with the cremation of care?
I don't think
And then, of
that's
course,
something
it gets ruined by people like Alex Jones who go in there and say it's like satanic. There's satanic rituals going on, and they're controlling everything. They're turning the frogs gay. Like, okay, no. There is something called the cremation of care ceremony where they have this giant statue of an owl. I know this. Okay, you know what? Let's just watch it. I'm digging myself a grave. You just need to watch it.
I talk to you about.
Especially surrounding their yearly encampments at Bohemian Grove. Allegedly meant for the ultra-powerful to just relax and bro out.
SEAL Team 6 came.
The lakeside talks. That's key.
This is where they would keep all of the sex workers during the Grove.
Presidents, CEOs, bankers, lobbyists, Supreme Court justices, CIA directors, and those are just the people who've been disclosed already. The full membership is meant to be completely private. But investigative reporter Daniel Boguslaw reached out to More Perfect Union with something wild.
This is every member of the Bohemian Club.
That's
and this
amazing.
Is everyone who attended the 2023 summer encampment.
You can hope, J-Mac.
Even just the first.
So they have actually leaked all the names of the people that go there. Yeah, exactly, Pizza. Like, a lot of the elites don't even like it. Like, Reagan didn't like it. He's like, it's super gay. And, like, it's boring and stupid. Okay? So a lot of elites don't like it. And by the way, they like, don't, they do not invite certain people. Like, Trump has never been invited because he's not elite enough for them. He's a bit of a low-class elite. You know what I mean? But he's apparently very upset that he doesn't get invited to it because he wants to be one of the, like, official elites that go to these things. Yeah, exactly, BKE. People forget a lot of these guys are just artsy artsy Ivy League guys that enjoy vapid art and like the things that happen there. You're totally right, BKE, right? All right.
Few names I saw made me realize this is a story. Lots of people have already tried to enter the Grove or generally reveal its secrets, exposing the supposed occult rituals that go on inside.
Well, I'm Alex Jones, and I snuck in there in 2000.
But we wanted to know, what does any of this actually mean for the rest of us Americans who aren't part of this elite club? I get that they do weird rituals, but how is that my problem? So Dan and I went to...
So, by the way, something else here. Apparently at the Bohemian Grove, it is banned. You're not allowed to talk about business or political stuff while there. Do we really believe that? Do we believe that they all just go to this place and then don't talk about, like, don't coordinate shit together and don't talk about shit together? No. I mean, come on. Of course they do. But they also, because they meet each other there, they all form connections, which allows more class consciousness. Yep, it is, Mayflower Kid. It's still a thing, okay?
California to investigate. We talked to workers from the Grove, a woman who has been protesting the Grove for nearly half a century and spent way too much time digging through old documents in hotel rooms. And what we found is almost scarier than any occult ritual.
Of course, BK.
I know there's a lot of other stuff going on right now in the news, but investigating the Grove explains a lot of things that are broken in our economy and how the power structures of our country have empowered small groups of influential rich people who have been driving policy decisions behind closed doors for generations.
Who would
and
have
among
thought, guys?
many other things, we'll be reporting for the
idea.
first time the involvement of a current senator.
Oh,
There it is. Weaving spiders come not here.
Let's go back to 1872. The Bohemian Club was started as a hangout for local journalists before growing.
This sounds so gay. Oh my God, it's all these men getting together. That's like, Jesus Christ. It sounds like, I don't know, the fire. What is that damn, the gays out there. Come on, what's the name of that big gay party that happens that I've never been to because I'm not a rich gay guy and I'm not like super jacked like they are or whatever. I'm not a rich gay white guy. What is it, Fire Island party? No. What's that goddamn big party? No, not Burning Man, not Burning Man. The one that's like, I think it's in New York or some shit, or like, I forget what it's called. Fire Island, thank you, Fire Island. Thank you, Mayflower Kid. Mayflower Kid, probably gay. Yeah, Fire Island. I guess it kind of sounds like that shit, right?
And admitting artists and intellectuals, and eventually admitting rich guys, because those other guys don't have any money. They could eventually afford this 6-story building on the edge of the Tenderloin. The building itself offers little information. Drawn blinds, no one coming in or out. But the club started hosting summer encampments in the
I've always known you were a gay man, Mayflower Kid.
NorCal Redwoods in 1878, eventually moving them to the massive Bohemian Grove. The encampment's secrecy and notorious rituals, like burning a giant effigy in tribute to an owl statue, they're really big on owls, have made the event a magnet for conspiracy theory. The list Dan acquired was for attendance at an encampment nearly 150 years later.
I went to the Bay.
I actually don't even know if you're I think you're a woman, Mayflower Kid, but anyway. Anyway.
I found a guy who I knew would have the list. I kept showing up to his office until he finally agreed to give it to
Mayflower
me.
Kid.
This is the original list of 2017, full membership list of everyone who's part of the club. Subsequently, I was able, through those connections, to get more and more, and that's where we got the 2023
This looks like fun research.
Grove encampment.
And the list is massive. Broken down into the smaller camps the members are split up into. But it's a totally overwhelming amount of information. Any name we researched was tied to something. So
I'm not rich enough to ever go to that, and I don't think I'd enjoy it anyway. The Fire Island shit, that's like the elite gays, right? You have to have lots of money, and you have to be a certain type of gay. I could talk a lot, guys. Yeah, I know. Yeah, thank you, Fire Island Meowser. But I have to, at some point, I'll go on another rant about class in the gay community, and like race in the gay community. And like, okay, there's a lot of issues there. There's a lot of issues there. There's a lot of class issues in the gay community. Meowzord knows. Thank you, LaCroix. Okay. No, I mean, like, okay, we could talk about this. I don't want to get into it now. Okay, moving on.
First, it was hard for us to draw specific conclusions and connections. But then Dan got in touch with a source who put us on the right track.
We'd love to talk to you about the club there.
There you go, Wizard Red Books.
Because I've been
Yeah, Meowzord. There's a lot of very classist gay men. That's not because they're gay, obviously. It's because you know, they're men and they're white. A lot of them are white. And I'm not just saying it's a race or gender thing, but there's okay. You know what? We'll talk about this sometime.
archiving, and it's cold out here. I have no heat, so come with a good jacket.
Mary Moore, who lives not too far from the Grove, has been protesting and researching it for decades, long before Alex Jones
Wizards, there you
even
go.
got his public access show.
Somebody came up and gave me a membership list, knowing that I was an activist. So we used it to research who was making the profit. These are the guys that prefer to work behind the scenes as much as they can. My purpose back then.
Okay, guys, one second. I'm going to pause here. I know I'm getting distracted. This is the last thing I'm going to say. You mentioned Wizards' illegal warehouse raves. Those are great, but there's nothing wrong with like an illegal warehouse rave. But how do you feel though about like, what are they called? Oh shit! Why am I having a mind blank here? Circuit parties. Circuit parties are not good. Okay, they are very elitist. A lot of circuit parties are. That's one example of like a very kind of toxic part of the community. At least not for everyone, but for how it does class reproduction. And there's a lot of issues. Yeah, guys, I know I'm using a lot of terms that the LGBTQ folks out there probably know what I'm talking about. A circuit party is a giant gay party where it's typically is men, gay men who are muscular or very built, get together and they get naked together and they do a bunch of drugs and they have sex. A lot of them have sex and they dance. And these are very exclusive events. They cost a lot of money. There's a lot of weird racial things that happen, racial divides that happen. Okay, it got you, weird wizard. And then there's also a lot of exclusion that happens. You have to have a certain amount of money. You know what? We'll do a stream on this sometime, okay? About some of the inside things about the gay community that I think are toxic. All right.
And was to make people in the movement understand.
Yeah, Meowzord, it's a bit different. Like, you know, as you know, Meowzord, like Burning Man, a bit different than like a circuit party, okay?
And all our issues are connected by who profits from them.
So what modern issues can we tie directly back to the Grove? What was literally planned at the Grove that affects us today? There's decades of information. Reagan and Nixon specifically loved sending letters about their favorite secret society. But a few things in particular stuck out to me. How they rigged our economy and broke certain programs that were only now
You
seen
know it,
effective.
Elaney. You
How
know
they
it.
established a vast dark money lobbying network. How they set up a tax heist scheme to funnel taxpayer dollars directly to executives. How they ruined the very city they're headquartered in. And how they hold on to the power. Let's start small and specific with the rigged economy.
Yeah, outer signal.
This little tidbit is from the Reagan Library, and as far as I can tell, we're the first to unearth it. It's a memo to Alan Greenspan from Edwin Harper, who's a assistant to the president, saying, "You asked for the paper we discussed at the Bohemian Grove."
Ah, look, so they actually are talking about stuff at the Bohemian Grove. Yay. Yay, okay.
And it's this document called Social Security Reform Proposals. This is from 1981. In 1983, the Reagan administration did reform Social Security. They made cuts that are still affecting us today. So I reached out to an expert, Alex Lawson at Social Security Works, who sent me one of my favorite emails to receive, which just said, "Your thesis is completely correct. This cut to Social..."
Wiz, I don't disagree with you there. I think Elaney is referring to like class and race exclusion.
Security was planned at Bohemian Grove. And this is something that's going to be affecting...
And also transgender exclusion.
Like our generation. But that's not the only Reagan policy to come straight from the Grove. This one book tells the story of a Reagan advisor being persuaded to cut capital gains taxes by iconic investor Bill Draper, while they, quote, sat semi-naked at the Grove.
God,
That
they are
little
gay,
change
Jesus.
is what enabled the high-risk investment model of the venture capital business, which spawned the tech industry as we know it today. Draper
Oh, good.
was
So
on
the
the
tech
2023
industry was spawned at this big Bohemian Grove party where all these naked men were.
attendee list. Still
See,
attending
this proves that there's a giant gay mafia that controls everything. I'm just kidding.
the Grove 42 years later, as was his son Tim Draper, also in venture capital. That's another important part of this, the generational membership. Families that have been passing on power for generations, both in the form of wealth
Yes,
and these
Meowser.
connections. And one of these families founded one of the most influential groups in American history. That's dark money.
Do any of these names ring a bell?
Charles Koch, obviously. Coors.
Yeah, BK.
Pete Coors is the son of Joseph Coors Sr., himself the son of Adolf Coors.
The gay
all
tech
three
mafia,
of the
right?
Coors
Body.
beer empire. But the real legacy of Coors isn't beer. Joseph co-founded and funded the Heritage Foundation
great!
with other club members
Don't
in
we love the Heritage Foundation? The ones who created the Project 2025 and are now doing Project 2026 are the ones who invented Obamacare, by the way. On a side note, the Affordable Care Act came from the Heritage Foundation, the organization that's like, don't we all love the Heritage Foundation? So that's cute. I didn't know that was a Coors thing or that the Coors was involved in that. So that's cute. A lot of Heritage Foundation, great organization, not homophobic, not anti-women, not anti-poor, not pro-oligarchy at all. Great organization, not white supremacist. Anyway, lovely.
1976. Heritage is part of a network that has influenced, led, and funded pro-corporate politics for decades.
Americans for Prosperity, another angelic corporation that spreads the good news of capitalism, right? That is constantly putting out propaganda, talking about the glories of capitalism, the sacred values of capitalism, and how it's the best thing ever, and it's best for everyone. Yeah, there you go. Hey, there you go, Wizards, right? If they weren't so fascist, they'd still be monarchist, right? All right.
All of which are connected to the club through funding, founders, or board members and directors. Heritage was immensely powerful during the Reagan administration and had huge influence on its policy. Charles Koch, synonymous with anti-worker political spending, obviously attends the Grove.
Oh, the Kochs, dear God, the Kochs.
And remember when Supreme Court Justice Clarence Thomas got caught taking lavish gifts from Club for Growth lead Harlan Crow? One of those gifts was a trip.
Harlan Crow, by the way, one of the big funders of Clarence Thomas, who has taken Clarence Thomas on multiple plane rides, plane flights and things like that, also has a collection of like Nazi memorabilia, and he has a garden. I'm not joking. Harlan Crow has a garden of busts of various dictators. He has like a bust of Stalin and a bust of Hitler, which is funny in a cool anyway, and like a bust of Mussolini. And then he's like, oh, it's for historical reasons. I collect these things, and he also collects artifacts from these guys. I collect these things as a reminder of what we're fighting against. I don't think having busts of these people is a sign of fighting against them. Anyway, he has like a yeah, I know, right? You can't be named Harlan Crow and not have and not be a villain. And he's one of the big supporters of Clarence Thomas, and he bribes Clarence Thomas. Okay, so look up Harlan Crow and his garden of dictator busts.
To Bohemian Grove. Heritage founder Coors Sr. is long dead, but his co-founder, Edwin Fulner, is on the attendance list for the Grove in 2023, when he would have been 82 years old. And he was on the board of Heritage until he died in late 2025. But there's one family that's more deeply tied to the Bohemian Club and elite collusion than any other. That brings us to tax heist.
Oh, Jesus.
The Bechtel family incorporation isn't a household name, but they're one of the wealthiest families and largest private corporations
Matt Saigai,
in the
I'm
world.
sorry, not Matt Saigai.
There are
forgive me. Sir Bartholomew, take a cold shower, okay? Take a cold shower. You disgust me.
2 Bechtels on our list, and the family has been involved for generations. Here's Stephen Bechtel Sr. at camp with Henry Kissinger, which came with a cute little memo from
Of course! And okay, I just love all these angelic figures. Oh, guys, in this community, we know we are big fans of Henry Kissinger, aren't we? Isn't everyone in this community just love Henry Kissinger? Come on, come on, let me see it in the chat. Who here loves Henry Kissinger? I know we got a bunch of Henry Kissinger fans out there. Come on, let's see it. Let's see it. We all love Henry Kissinger, don't we? Very chill guy, right? Yeah, kisses for Kissinger, right? Absolutely. Not a war criminal at all. Not a mass murdering psychopath who currently is burning in the ninth circle of hell and hopefully is being chewed on for eternity by an avatar of Satan. Horrible. Yeah. You know what? You're right in your groove. We should have dropped, maybe drop some napalm in Bohemian Grove, right? So, okay. Isn't that good? Love that. Another man who should have been held excuse me, Harry kissed my ass, hilarious. Who should have been held accountable and sentenced to life in prison for war crimes, if not worse. Anyway, so God, by the way, we're all very sad that he's no longer with us. I'm sure maybe we should have a remembrance ceremony of Henry Kissinger soon. Very sad that he's gone. Not a blessing for the world at all that he's gone. Very sad. I cry in my sleep.
Bechtel to Kissinger. The Bechtel Corporation works in massive construction projects, the kinds a government needs to pay for. This is just a partial list of people who sit in the center of the...
Yeah, you're right, BK. He died so young. Henry Kissinger died so young. I know, me neither, LaQual. I didn't have a party at all. I didn't celebrate at all. Yeah, 100 years young. What a shame, BKE, right? BKE, you're on a streak. I love your comments. You should stay around, okay? Anyway.
Bechtel executives, government, Bohemian Club member Venn diagram. Caspar Weinberger, George Schultz, Edwin Meese, John McCone. McCone invented the concept of cost plus for government contractors. The system where contractors tell the government how much something cost, then get a little profit treat on top of that. Because the contractor determines the cost, they have no reason to keep costs down,
Mayflower Kid.
especially surrounding executive pay. It screwed us on everything from how much of our tax dollars go to the wealthy to Medicare Advantage.
I know, right? Poor. I'm just sad that Kissinger didn't get to see the glories of the state of Israel and what they're doing today.
Then, in the early 2000s...
Too bad he went before his time.
U.S. invaded Iraq. Driven by club members like George W. Bush, Dick Cheney, Donald Rumsfeld, and Colin Powell.
Jesus.
Bechtel got
great! All these lovely people.
Millions to clean up the mess. Since so much of this was planned at the Grove, we had to see the place, where the slogan is supposedly "Weaving spiders come not here," which implies they aren't supposed to be doing business there.
Weaving spiders come not here, even though that's exactly what they do.
So,
yay, Elaney, Dick Cheney. We all love Dick Cheney too, don't we? Another great hero. Another magnificent person who deserves all these statues. Yeah, you're right, Sir Bartholomew, it is gay. Weaving spiders come not here. It implies that they want them to come somewhere else. Anyway, yeah, oh, of course, in your groove, absolutely. Correct in your groove. These fascists have been making decisions for a long time, okay? Or these authoritarians at least have been, for sure. This is why I'm saying, like, this has been a long process But now it's explicit and out in the open. And yeah, all right. Harlan Crow, Rupert Murdoch, Dick Cheney, who else? I know. Yeah, right. Outer Signal. I don't know. I feel like, we're missing a few names here. We'll see if they reappear.
Exactly are they doing up there? So we drove over.
No trespassing violators will be prosecuted.
And again, we're met with nothing but a security booth.
Yeah,
and
Maggie Thatcher.
some strange issues.
Remember, no women allowed at Bohemian Grove, Matt Saigai, okay? So don't you dare. Do we think that liberals will start a campaign? Let women into Bohemian Grove. Stop sexism at Bohemian Grove. Equalize Bohemian Grove. Let the women in. Let the women in. That'll be the liberals' big push, is to include women at Bohemian Grove. I'm making a dark joke here. It's like the whole drone operators campaign where they're like, we need more female drone operators. We need more we need more diverse drone operators. We need more diverse inclusion at Bohemian Grove. Like, anyway. Oh my God. Okay, we're living in a mad world.
It keeps dropping
There you go, BK. You know it.
signal. Pretty weird. I mean, I haven't seen this much interference.
Yeah.
It's not Grove season after all. But talking to some folks in the neighboring town, Monte Rio, had a lot to teach us.
At my old job, we used to point to the mountain where the property is, and then the people of the Grove came and told us that we can't say that.
But then Dan got a call that could give us an inside view.
Where I come from, it's kind of a rite of passage to work at the Bohemian Grove.
Two former employees of the Grove, a driver and a skeet shooting instructor, were down to talk to us, but wanted to stay anonymous.
It's all kind of structured in a way so that the members don't really have to see any of the workers. We don't have to interact with them. They're not supposed to interact with them. So what I saw was a picture of the entire...
This guy looks gay too. I mean, it looks like he's prepared. Okay, you know what? I'm sorry. I'll stop on the gay narrative here. We'll continue.
...cast of their production of Macbeth with Colin Powell as the lead.
Which all seems just kind of weird and lame, right?
It's cheesy. I don't think these guys are spending every day thinking about how they can fuck up the environment and the world consciously, but it's got to be nice to have a little respite from doing that.
Monte Rio is the poorest town in Sonoma County.
The cost of living out here has become
wizard.
unbelievable. It's almost as expensive
Coming
to live
from
out
me, who's a
here
theater
as
kid.
it is to live in San Francisco proper.
Similar is true of the area back in the city around their clubhouse. The Tenderloin is the poorest part of SF.
Tenderloin.
A city that's been the
oh my God. Okay.
center of national discussion
I'm
about
going to stop making gay jokes.
housing prices, crime, and homelessness, and a state that's been a hot point regarding taxing the rich.
They really want to go for the meat, don't they?
Which brings us back to Dan's list.
So Dan, what's the name of this big SF advocacy group?
It's called Neighbors for a Better San Francisco. At one point, I believe still was the biggest big dollar spender in local SF politics. This group is spending on city council races, mayor races, trying to sway ballot measures, ballot initiatives.
Nick Podell?
That sounds democratic.
William Oberndorf?
Yep.
Stephen Merrill?
Bingo.
This thing's basically just an offshoot
in
of
your
the
group,
Bohemian
it is.
Grove.
Yeah, this is Atwater. He's the founder and former chairman of Prime Finance. He was one of the big backers of this neighbors group.
They most recently focused their spending fighting a ballot measure that would have marginally increased property taxes on the most wealthy to fund affordable housing. And top donor, William Oberndorf, who used his charitable foundation to donate $2,000 to Make-A-Wish Foundation and $200,000 to Neighbors. And Neighbors, like Heritage or any of these ghoulish national organizations, is just one part of a network of linked organizations sharing a small pool of donors and board members across the city.
Again, I told you guys, all these elites know each other. I told you that they have class consciousness. They work together. They're all in the same boards together. They all know each other. It's like it's a small group of people, and we're not a member of that group who does all the money and decides all this shit, okay?
But let's zoom back out nationally. Mary said something that made me curious about the power of the Grove today.
Trump is not welcome at the Grove.
Ha ha, loser!
He tried to join. He's not a member. He's not on the list, you'll see. They didn't want him.
No wonder he's so sad and mad at the elites. He doesn't get invited to the Grove.
But the Trump agenda is still...
Or maybe there's not enough underage girls there. I don't know. Regardless, he's upset.
...inherently tied to the Bohemian Club. This is how they held on to power. Back in New York, Dan and I started digging into the influence of the club on today's administration and politics. I found this clip of Ed Fuellner, who was one of the founders, and he's been attending the Grove for years. He was on your list in 2023. He did die a little bit after this, but here he is just a few months before that meeting of the Grove.
Tomorrow, at our celebration, we'll be introducing Mandate for Leadership 7, called Project 2025, Mandate for Leadership, the Conservative Promise. A sincere thank you from this old man who was around the first time it all happened.
The first time it all happened, that's, going into the Reagan administration and making all the changes that we're still facing today.
Like, they're literally, this is like all, okay. Oh, you know what, Outer Signal. That's a really good point, Outer Signal. Outer Signal says their fights and arguments are mostly for show. They're mostly friends behind the scenes. See Chomsky and Bannon. Yeah, Outer Signal. Yeah, okay.
Make our lives more difficult today.
And it goes to show these people's ability to reconsolidate power, right? They didn't get the guy they wanted the first time around. They didn't let Trump in, but they were still able to weasel their way in and craft his policy book.
Yeah.
In the months that Project 2025 was being written, the board of the Heritage Foundation was like a quarter Bohemian Club guys.
Of course!
But it goes even further.
Of course!
On our 2023 list, in Mandalay, the same camp as Michael Bloomberg and Henry Kissinger, for whom this would be the last Grove, is another name, David McCormick. At the time, McCormick was but a simple hedge fund billionaire who tried to run for Senate in Pennsylvania before being—
Folks, we run this fucking place. You know that, right? We are the ones who do all the labor. We are the runs. I know, Elaney, I know. It's awful. That a lot of people can't handle it, okay? We all know that we do all the labor in this country, all right? We're the ones that build everything. We're the ones that create everything. We're the ones that do all the service industry and keep the roads up and shit. And then these fat cats over here, these hedge fund managers who basically get rich just moving money around and shit and controlling our labor, are like fucking all of us over, even though without us, they'd be nothing, okay? Can we do something about that, maybe? We should run this place. We should run this place, not these guys, okay? And isn't this more proof of it? Look at what they're doing with the power we've given them. They're forming their little cabals. They're molesting children. They're having their little gay parties over in the fucking Bohemian Grove. And can we stop? Yeah, Lainey, can we also stop mystifying these folks? Stop making them out to be like above us and better than us and more capable than us and like awesome, amazing figures. They're human beings and they're screwing us over. Okay. All right. You see what I mean? Can we like do something about this? Can we, Retro, can we please limit the wealth? Okay. Can we please limit the wealth? All right. Okay. Jesus. Yep. There you, hey, wizard. I didn't say it, but you said it. They're just men with addresses. And I'm not going to say the last part, but anyone else can read that. Okay. And like, it's just so frustrating to me. There's so many of us and so few of them. And it's okay. All right. We need to have more self-respect, folks.
Defeated by Dr. Oz in the primary. But just 2 months after this encampment, he announced he was running again. And this time, he won. So I compared our attendee list to McCormick's donors. 11 men in Mandalay Camp donated to McCormick's campaign, and that's not even including the ones who gave through dark money channels. As senator, McCormick was part of an announcement with President Trump for a big push for AI investment in Pennsylvania, data centers and power plants. At the same event was this guy, Brendan Bechtel, the latest family CEO and heir to the Bechtel fortune.
Of course, it's all back to
Bechtel
Bechtel.
is poised to get billions in construction contracts from this deal.
Of course.
Funneling money and power to Bechtel seems as important to the Trump administration as it did to earlier administrations. Bechtel is getting big deals with foreign companies
Guys,
for U.S.
isn't that
construction.
great? Don't you see how the quote-unquote free market works? It's all the free market, guys. They're making decisions based off what's best, what's economically sound, what's less expensive. It's not about like who has the power and the influence to get their company selected, right? Like, that's exactly right. It's all a sham, okay? The idea that these people are competing with each other, they're all colluding with each other, all right? a little give and take, a little bit of who has the power here, who has the power there. Okay, it's never been a free market. I hope you guys know that.
To the Bechtel fortune. Bechtel is poised to get billions in construction contracts from this deal.
Of course.
Funneling money and power to Bechtel
wizard.
seems as important to the Trump administration as it did to earlier administrations.
There you go, Lacroix.
Bechtel is getting big deals with foreign companies for U.S. construction, brokered by Trump. They have money tied up in the Venezuelan pipelines Trump wants to seize from the Venezuelan people.
Of course!
And they've been floated as a beneficiary of the Kushner-Trump plan to rebuild Gaza.
Oh, there it is! There it is, guys. Oh, genocide. Oh my God. Everything goes back to these goddamn monsters. I swear to God, I'm going to lose my mind. What? When are we going to, okay. We know about the Epstein files. We know about how these people are pillaging us all the time. Ah! Okay, anyway. All right. I know. Shocking, Eleni, right? Oh my God, you are such a tyrant, Casual Revolt. You won't allow us to oppress people with money. Oh my, right, Eleni, but you know, Eleni, that is an argument you hear from liberals, right? Liberals will be like, no, that you can't do that. Why are you saying we should take their wealth? That's like authoritarian. You know, they worked for that wealth, okay? Like, okay. All right. Thank you, Malzord. Forgive me. I'm sorry. I'm losing my mind a bit here, folks. I'm sorry if that was obnoxious. Yep, Outer Signal, I have. Maybe I'll do a stream on it sometime. Neo-royalism. It is. And, like, we basically already have royalism again already. It's just not directly stated. Okay. Yeah, Lainey. All right, I'm losing my mind, Mayflower Kid. That's what's happening, okay? All right.
Seeing a level of collusion among the ultra-wealthy that seems almost unbeatable. They are all on the same team.
Yes!
They are all protecting each other. It's not even about party politics. Paul Pelosi, Nancy's husband, is on the list, as is his nephew, who works for Harlan Crow.
Of course.
As are several major centrist and...
Guys, I'm telling you, it's not just the Republicans. The Democrats are in on it, all right? Now, most of the Democrats. We're not talking about, like, the progressive wing of the party. They're not really in on it, but, like, that's a very small wing of the party, by the way. But, like, the Nancy Pelosi's, the Chuck Schumers, the, I don't know, who else? Who else am I missing here? The Hakeem Jeffries, the Joe Manchins, okay? They're all part of the club, and we ain't part of it, as you just said, Lacroix, okay? This is why I'm saying I'm concerned that electoralism is not enough. I am concerned that electoralism is not enough, right? Because, anyway, all right. I mean, I know electoralism is not enough. That's not to say we shouldn't vote, but I'm just saying electoralism is not enough. Okay.
Democratic Party donors. They have class solidarity. But so do we. A tenants union was organized specifically to fight against John Atwater's Prime Realty. And they've had big wins because they organized every building that Prime owns. Even workers at the Grove had a win. A class action lawsuit by Grove Valets alleging wage theft, misclassification, and other labor violations went in favor of the workers.
I won some money recently in a class action about wage theft.
They weren't counting the overtime of the employees.
The whole world is moving towards understanding the connectedness that we all need to work.
Yeah. So the union, that's cool. So again, guys, so these ways of resisting can work. Form a union, fight back, use collective action. We run this place. We are the ones who do all the labor. Without us, they're nothing. So just don't do the labor. Cut them off. They're they're addicted to money in our labor. Cut them off. Boycott. Not boycott. Go on strike. Maybe a national strike. Organize. Resist them. There are many more of us. They rely on us. And guys, the time is running out where I'm not sure that because of AI and automation and stuff, the ability of organized labor to resist might be somewhat diminished over time. So we need to do it now. Okay. Okay, like we need to do something soon. All right. because it's going to be harder over time.
Together.
But knowing the truth, the connectedness, can help bring power back to everyone else. And we only scratched the surface here. We'll be releasing the full list, so you can dig through yourself. Let us know what you find and reach out to us at stories@perfectunion.us.
All right, guys. Putting up my face. So, all right. Fun, right? So again, as we've always said, folks, we did a lot today. Dear God, we talked about esoteric Hitlerism. We just talked about the elites. I know, right, BK, or a cyberpunk future, which, okay. So, okay, we are controlled by a group of elites, okay? We are an oligarchy. A lot of these elites have class consciousness. They work together on things. They're invited to the same clubs. They go to the same things like Bohemian Grove. They control the vast majority of the wealth in this country. And then we are left to fend for scraps. Not only that, guys, they're also destroying the planet. They're not only bad for Americans, they're bad for the global South. They're the ones, all the wealth is heading towards them. They also have connections with elites in other countries, as we're seeing in the Epstein files. There was almost like an international class of capitalist elites who really the system is built for. Okay, the system is built for. Gosh, you're so pessimistic, Wiz, but you're right, obviously. People in cyberpunk media at least own their belongings. Increasingly, we have to rent them. Correct, okay? Mr. Kincaid, I do. I haven't watched much recently, but do you have a recommendation for me? So, like, hey, you know what, Ninjester? I didn't say it, right? I cannot. I would much rather, guys, that you be in control of the country than these monsters. Okay, obviously. Like, some of you I don't know very well, but I suspect that you average folks out there, would be much more competent and moral running a country than these fat cats at the top, these monsters. Okay, I think we can make better decisions. Okay, I do well, I swear. I know you would, Redford. Actually, I do know that we're okay. Matt's like, the one who can't. But no, Matt's like, I learned to speak English first, and then maybe you can run it. Matt Guy says, "Can me the one who runs it, Sam?" Yeah, try to rewrite that, Matt Guy. Okay, I'm an asshole, Matt Guy. I know. Gundam Iron Blood Orphans is a mecha about child soldiers who steal the means of production to free Mars. Oh my God, I need to watch that, Wiz. Okay. So, this is what we're going to do, guys. Doug, that time I got reincarnated as a slime. It's fun. So, all right. Yep. Nope. Correct in your groove. Bohemian Grove was funded during the Gilded Age. So, we were not successful in handling that at all. What do you mean in your groove? Forgive me. You mean like we never ended up fully addressing things? No, we didn't, right? Okay. So, guys, right now it is, what is it? 4:46. So I'm going to be coming on again later at 9 p.m. 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Please join our Discord if you haven't already. Keep an eye out for it. Okay, should I watch Gundam, guys? Shiki, also I haven't watched it, but I'd like to talk to you more after the apps. Okay, so I'm going to, guys, I'm going to leave now. I'm going to come back on later, like I said, at 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. If you guys want to watch the State of the Union address with me, gotcha, Wizard. All right. Oh, I got you, Doug. Watch that time I got reincarnated as a slime. All right. So, okay, but wait a minute, guys. Wait. So, but I've heard A Bright Love is Evangelion. I've heard like people say Evangelion is kind of sexualizes young people. Is that true? Or is that just like, should I watch it anyway? I don't want to. I get like, I've told you guys, I'm hypersensitive to some anime because it creeps me out. Some of the imagery in it. I know it's like, they call it fan service, but it's a bit too, a bit much for me to handle. Okay. But I've heard that Evangelion is that way. Is that true? Bright Love, because I've heard that it's really good, and then other people say maybe I should just look it up and then see if it's something I'd be interested in watching. I just A lot of anime is okay, Bright Love. All right, that's fair. I'll take a look at it, okay? Yeah, it's true, but pretty mild. Okay, that's fair, guys. I'll take a look at it. Okay, guys, I'll do it. All right. I'm not gonna. I'm not gonna do a 30-minute one, Meowzord, but maybe. Okay, maybe we'll find it. Okay. No. What's W? Hello, Mr. King. You say, have you watched RWBY? What is that? What is that? I don't know what that is. Just tell me what it is. Maybe I'll know it. Um. Okay, guys, I'll watch it then. I'll watch it. Start with One Piece, Tish. Okay. So, like, I've seen one of my favorite, and this is going to be a weird one to say, but one of my favorite animes that I've seen, or at least one of my favorite mangas, I don't know if I'm pronouncing that right. It is Berserk. And Berserk is brutal. Berserk is brutal, and there's a sexual assault scene in there, but it's an adult that's doing that. That's happening to. So I'm okay with like dark anime, but if they look like children though, I just cannot. Or like when there'll be like an anime, like I briefly started watching Seven Deadly Sins, I think it was, where they're like randomly they'll show the panties of one of the female characters. Like I just can't. So um all right, but anyway, well, I'll take a look at it. I'll take a look at some of these things, all right? I'm being overly judgmental without seeing some of this stuff. Is it really true? The Trigun? Okay, I've heard Trigun is good. Maybe I should look into Trigun. I really liked what is it called? The one with the guy who writes names in Death Note. I liked Death Note when it was popular, etc. I also watched yeah, Outer Signal, you're right. There was also, yeah, you're right, Outer Signal. But I will say, I felt that they handled it well in Berserk, but I could be wrong. Okay. Yeah, that's true, Outer Signal. Very disturbing series there. Another thing, too, though, is, let's see here. Soul Eater is good, but it does the born sexy trope. Really? Okay. Another one that I thought was good that I'm sorry, I didn't like it that much. Maybe you guys will hate me for this. I was not a big fan of Attack on Titan. Uh, it was just, like, too much on the depressing side, as in, like, they overdid it. It wasn't even believable. Every episode was, like it was almost like, gore porn, like, gore horror, gore porn. It's just, like, it overdoes it. It's like it was trying to overdo the, like and I didn't feel it's a cool concept, but I just couldn't get into it. It's just like gore porn and like every episode, oh my god, they're dying, they're being torn apart. I'm like, okay, every episode is just like I don't okay. But I wasn't a big fan of it. I know a lot of people like it. All right, so Ninjester Trigun is amazing and sad. I'll take a look at that. Okay, guys. So I'm gonna go now. Yeah, a lot. I've noticed there's anime. This is okay. Anyway, yeah, exactly. Outer Signal. It was just like you overdo it, right? I'm all for realism. Like, Berserk is very dark, but like it doesn't. I don't know. Maybe some people may not like Berserk as much as I do. Okay, got you, Soul Eater. All right, guys, everyone ready? Really? Okay, Doug, I'll take a look at that. It's about class struggle. Ooh, I like that. All right, guys. So first of all, you know what I'm about to say here. First, I'm going to put some nuts in my mouth. Okay. First thing I'm going to say here is, you know it, free Palestine. Free Palestine. Second of all, never stop resisting. The easiest way to resist is to question authority figures. Don't believe everything you hear on the internet. That includes when you watch me. I'm not perfect. I make mistakes. See what other people are saying. Don't get caught in an information silo. Because the easiest way to resist is to not blindly obey authority figures. Okay? Develop your own way of thinking. Think outside the box. Okay? We're living in a fascist moment in this country. Fascism thrives in an environment where people have lost faith in their democratic institutions and the economy is not doing well for people. We need major reforms in this country. You cannot stand in the center. Maybe we should also take out these bastards that are on the top of the country that we just read about, that we just learned about. Okay, these MFers that control everything based off our labor. You cannot stand in the center with fascism. If you stand in the center, the fascists will walk all over you. Do not be a slug. Resist them. Okay? Resist it. On the wall behind me is a sword. The name of that sword is Chainbreaker. Chainbreaker is thought to have been responsible for the death of 7 slave owners. Why do I have it back there? I have it back there to remind everyone that our ancestors made some major sacrifices for some of the things we have today, some of the rights we have, some of the freedoms. Definitely free Sudan as well, Outer Signal. We cannot let our ancestors' sacrifices go to waste. Please, please, please. Do not let their sacrifices go to waste, and always, always, always fight for a better future. And on that note, folks, you all have a good rest of your day. Remember, I'll be back on at actually probably more at like 8:30 or 8:45 p.m. Eastern time in preparation for the State of the Union address. Okay. Okay. Hello, Nightfall. Nightfall says, I have a question. So we know the elites control everything, but what can we, the common man, do about it? I mean, in my opinion, seeing everything go down in the world, I've sort of lost hope. Hey, yes, Nightfall, that's an excellent question. You should join the stream more often. We talk about this shit a lot on here. So tomorrow I actually don't stream because it's a Wednesday. I will stream on Thursday. But Nightfall, if you come tonight, I can tell you, there are multiple ways to do this, Nightfall. We could literally stop working. We could have a national strike. Almost all the things we could do require organization. And you're right, it doesn't look like it's going well right now, Nightfall. But we could talk about these things, okay? All right, guys. Love you all very much. See you later. Join me later for a fun State of the Union, okay? Bye-bye. Yes, join our Discord. It's linked at the top of the Twitch and the top of the YouTube, Nightfall. Join the Discord. I can also talk to you on there. Okay.